switch.
You are welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to grace this special day. You are welcome.
You are welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to grace this special day.
You are welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to grace this special day. You are welcome.
You are welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to grace this special day.
It is good, it is nice, you are here to grace this special day. You are welcome.
You are welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to grace this special day.
You are welcome to Ondo State, Sunshine State, a place of pride in Nigeria. You are welcome.
You are welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to grace this special day.
You are welcome to Investment Summit. You are welcome to grace this special day. You are welcome.
You are welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to grace this special day.
Ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo, Ubo Amúyangàn, báwa ló nílẹ̀ yìí o, jàmá máa gbàgbé Olúwa o.
Ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo, Ubo Amúyangàn, báwa ló nílẹ̀ yìí, jàmá gbàgbé Olúwa o.
Kí wọ́n gbé kémi gbé, kájọ gbé ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo lárugẹ, àjèjì ọwọ́ kan ò gbẹrù dórí, ìṣìwò ìwòrìwò ohun tí a bá dìjọ wò gígùn nígún ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo ìbò Amúyangàn ní Nàìjíríà báwa ló nílẹ̀ yìí o jàmá máa gbàgbé Olúwa o.
Ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo Ubo Amúyangàn, báwa ló nílẹ̀ yìí, jàmá gbàgbé Olúwa o.
From the north to the central to the south. Ohun àlùmọ́nì látọ̀dọ̀ Elédùmarè wá o ìwàká nípínlẹ̀ Ondo State. Ohun àmúyangàn la jẹ́ ní Nàìjíríà o. Jàmá má gbàgbé Olúwa o.
Ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo Ubo Amúyangàn, báwa ló nílẹ̀ yìí, jàmá gbàgbé Olúwa o.
Wọ́n ní ó yá o ká múra kájọ ṣe. Wọ́n ní let's come together to develop Ondo State. You are welcome to Investment Summit 2023. Àṣeṣe fún wa, àṣeyọrí ló máa jẹ́. Ó yá o ká múra kájọ ṣe. Ó yá ká múra ṣiṣẹ́ o. Wọ́n ní kí gbogbo wa ká má ṣe ṣọ̀lẹ. Ká máa rọra ṣe ọmọ ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo o. Tiwantiwa níṣe o. Ìlú aláyọ̀ lórílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. Ó yá o ká múra kájọ ṣe. Ó yá o.
Ó yá o ká múra kájọ ṣe. Ó yá o ká múra kájọ ṣe. Ó yá ká múra síṣẹ́ o. Gbogbo wa ká má ṣe ṣọ̀lẹ. Ká máa rọra ṣe ọmọ Ondo State. Tiwantiwa níṣe o. ìlú aláyọ̀ lórílẹ̀
Áfíríkà.
Ó yá o ká múra ká jọ ṣe.
With my heart, oh my country, Nigeria, I say I love you. It is a pledge to be faithful forever, to serve Nigeria with my power and strength.
Ó yá o ká múra ká jọ ṣe.
Ó yá ká jọ ṣe.
Ó yá o ká múra ká jọ ṣe.
Ká jọ ṣe o.
Ó yá ká múra síṣẹ́ o. Gbogbo wa ká má ṣe ṣọ̀lẹ. Ká máa rọra ṣe ọmọ Ondo o. Tiwantiwa tiwa níṣe o. Ìlú aláyọ̀ lórílẹ̀
Áfíríkà. Ó yá o ká múra ká jọ ṣe. Ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo ibi àmúyangàn ni. Láti àkókò dé Ọ̀wọ̀ Ọ̀sẹ́, Àkúrẹ́ Olóyè Mẹ́kun Déjọ̀re, Ìfẹ́dọ̀rẹ́, Ẹ̀kímògún Ìrá Ìjàmà, títí dókè Igbó ilẹ̀ Lújì, dé Ìkálẹ̀ Ìlàjẹ, ẹsẹ̀ odò Àpọ́yì. Ohun àlùmọ́nì ó yapa o, wọ́n ní kájọ wá parapọ̀, kájọ foríkorí, kájọ fi kùnlùkùn, ká gbé ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo lárugẹ. Kájọ ṣe o kájọ ṣe, wọ́n ní kájọ ṣe. Kọ́kọ́ mọ́rí sínú odò torí wípé ọ̀rọ̀ tó kọ́lọ́kọ́ ló kan òbèlè. Káwakọ̀ débùté ògo ọ̀rẹ́ ó yá kájọ ṣe.
Kájọ ṣe o kájọ ṣe.
Ó yá kájọ ṣe.
Kọ́kọ́ mọ́rin sínú odò.
Kọ́kọ́ mọ́rí sínú òkun.
Ọ̀rọ̀ tó kọ́lọ́kọ́ ló kan òbèlè. Káwakọ̀ débùté ògo.
Kí wọ́n gbé kémi gbé. Kájọ gbé ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo lárugẹ o. Àgbájọwọ́ la máa fi ń sọ̀yà. Ọ̀rẹ́ àjèjì ẹ̀wọ́ kan kò gbẹ̀rù dórí. Ọ̀rẹ́ ó yá kájọ ṣe.
Kájọ ṣe o kájọ ṣe. Kókó mọ́rin sínú odò.
Kọ́kọ́ mọ́rin sínú òkun.
Ọ̀rọ̀ tó kọ́lọ́kọ́ ló kan òbèlè. Káwakọ̀ débùté ògo.
Mo ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo yìí tí gbogbo wa ní. Kó máa gbọ́dọ̀ bàjẹ́. Torí kò sí ibòmíràn tí a lè lọ. Àjò lè dàbí ilé. Ẹ jẹ́ ká sowọ́pọ̀ ká fìmọ̀ ṣọ̀kan. Gbé kémi gbé ó yá o. Ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo
tí gbogbo wa ní.
tí gbogbo wa ní.
Kó máa gbọ́dọ̀ bàjẹ́.
Kó gbọ́dọ̀ bàjẹ́ rárá.
Torí kò sí ibòmíràn tí a lè lọ.
Rárá.
Àjò lè dàbí ilé.
Kò lè dàbí ilé.
Jẹ́ ká sowọ́pọ̀ ká fìmọ̀ ṣọ̀kan. Gbé kémi gbé.
Ìjọba Olúrótìmí Akérédolú wọ́n ṣe gudugudu méje yàyà mẹ́fà. Àkọ́kọ́ investment summit nípínlẹ̀ Ondo. A kú oríire o torí pé a ní gómìnà ọlọ́pọlọ pípé, gómìnà tó mọwọ́ tún ẹ̀ yàtọ̀ sósì, gómìnà tó jẹ́ pé ó ń dágájíá lójú àgbo ni. Akérédolú ó ṣe bẹ́bẹ́. Bá ṣe rí pasẹ̀ Jésù lórí òkú pupa, àríṣẹ́ ọwọ́ gọ́vnà Akérédolú nípínlẹ̀ Ondo, àríbá ti ṣe arọ́nà gbégbá o. Gbogbo ètò ló lọ dédé nípínlẹ̀ Ondo wa. A kí gómìnà wa kú iṣẹ́, wọ́n kú iṣẹ́ takuntakun. mo ní bọ́jọ́ bá yọ á kárí ayé
Àjẹyẹ.
bọ́jọ́ bá yọ sẹ́ àní á kárí ayé bóòrùn bá làárọ̀ kérégédé.
Ọ̀tún ọ̀tún lọ́jọ́ yọ.
A kú iṣẹ́, a kú ìfọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ pẹ̀lú gómìnà olórí pípé ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo ó lọ síwájú, eku ń ké bí eku, ẹyẹ ń ké bí ẹyẹ. A kò ní bàjẹ́ o.
Àṣẹ.
Kò ní dàrú o.
Àṣẹ.
Àṣẹ lájọ mi àṣoríire.
Ìlàjọ mi àṣoríire.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, Royal Highnesses, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Develop Ondo 2.0 Invest. Welcome, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We thank you for your kind presence. We acknowledge the presence of some of the industry captains who have joined us here this morning. Before we begin this event, the networking can continue. We're not stopping your networking. We're just acknowledging dignitaries as they arrive. My humble self and my colleague here in Akure. We acknowledge the presence of one of our lead sponsor, I would say, for this investment summit, Dr. Samuel Oboku, the Managing Director, Niger Delta Development Commission. We also receive now His Excellency, the Acting Governor of the state. The Group Chief Executive of NMPC is represented. We acknowledge your presence, Mr. Adeyemi, Engineer Adeyemi Adetunji. ESNCDMB, Engineer Wabote. We acknowledge the presence of Mr. Tunde Adelano. NUPRC CCE, Engineer Gbenga Komolafe, we acknowledge the presence here of Engineer Ebel Nsa representing him. Can I get the podium mic on, please?
Once again, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to the Sunshine State Develop Ondo Investment Summit. I want to warmly welcome the Acting Governor of Ondo State, His Excellency Honorable Lucky Orimison Ayedatiwa. Please let us warmly welcome him, please. Proceed to welcome the Chief of Staff to Mr. Governor, Chief Olugbengali. Want to welcome the Attorney General and Honorable Commissioner for Justice in Ondo State, Sir Charles Titiloye, Esquire. You're welcome. Welcome the head of the bureaucracy, the head of service, Kayode Ogundele, FCIPM. You're most welcome, sir. So I want to welcome the Honorable Commissioner for Education, Science and Technology, Pastor Lufemi Agagu, FNIVS. Most welcome, sir. Let me welcome the Honorable Commissioner for Women Affairs in Ondo State, Dr. Adebumi Oshadaun. You're most welcome, madam. That is the first female I will call, and nobody is clapping. Just encourage them. Let's encourage them. They are. Thank you so much for that warm clap for Dr. Shadaun. Because of our time, I would have said that women too are great investors, aren't they? So that's why we must continually encourage them. Thank you so much for that. Also want to welcome the Honorable Commissioner for Health in Ondo State, Dr. Banji Awolowo Ayaka. You're most welcome, Honorable Commissioner for Health. Thank you so much. Welcome you. And welcome the Honorable Commissioner for Culture, Otumba Wale Akinlosotu. Honorable Wale Akinlosotu, you're most welcome. Welcome the Special Advisor to the Governor on Education. Welcome, Dr. Olawumi Ilawale. You're most welcome. I also want to welcome the Special Advisor to Mr. Governor on Gender, Chief Olamide Falana. You're welcome, ma. Special Advisor to Mr. Governor on Environment, Oyeni Oseni. You're most welcome, sir. Special Advisor to Mr. Governor on Transport, Toby Ogunleye Esquire. You're most welcome. Special Advisor to Mr. Governor on Entrepreneurship, the man who is also part of the planning committee, Mr. Sumi Smart Francis. You're most welcome. Welcome the Honorable Commissioner for Commerce, Industry and Cooperative, Akogun Akinwumi Showore Olorukoba. Welcome, sir. Want to welcome the Chairman Governor Council of Adekunle Ajasin University, Dr. Tunji Abayomi. Most welcome, sir. I want to give way so that my colleague would recognize some dignitaries. Okay, Honorable Commissioner for, yes, Professor Francis Faduyile, Honorable Commissioner, no, Special Advisor to Mr. Governor on Health. You're most welcome, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Some other people will not talk, but he had decided to speak up. That is also there. That is the former National President of the NBA, NMA rather. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I respectfully introduce the leader of the NDDC team here. He's a born strategist, a political scientist, administrator par excellence, a man well armed with deep knowledge and insight in conflict resolution, a political scientist and a traditional ruler, the face of Project Hope of Niger Delta, a humanist to the core. Let's welcome Chief Samuel Obuku, PhD, Managing Director, CEO, NDDC. A round of applause for him, please. In our midst also is a retired Army general, an impeccable and disciplined general, a man known for his professional integrity, a man who spent years with the Nigerian Army managing the funds of Nigerian Army, a professional accountant. He is the Executive Director, Finance and Administration, NDDC, General Charles Areberi, MNI, retired. A round of applause for him, please. Please, a round of applause for him. In our midst also is a resourceful ICT operations expert with in-depth knowledge of project management and business support system, with many years of experience in networking and operations. He is the Executive Director, Projects, NDDC, Mr. Charles Ogumola. A round of applause for him, please. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have some directors from NDDC who are also here. Dr. Ibitoya Bosede is the Director of Corporate Affairs, NDDC. He's here with us. A round of applause for him. We also have Mr. Fashusi David, who is also a director in NDDC. Please a round of applause for him. Let's applaud him. Thank you very much. As we progress, if there are other names, I will introduce that to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate. Please applause. Let us applaud him, please. Also in the house is the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture and Forestry in Ondo State, Olayato Aribo, FCA. You also have seated close to him is the Honorable Commissioner for Regional Integration in Ondo State, Prince Adeboboye Ologbese. And also the Honorable Commissioner for Youth and Sports Development in Ondo State, Honorable Bamidele Ologunwa. You're most welcome. Ologunloluwa, Honorable Bamidele Ologunloluwa, my own commissioner. You're welcome. Now let me go to some non-ESCO members who are here. The Chairman of Ondo State Internal Revenue Service in Ondo State, this most accessible building to us here. When you are here, you just look outside. That is the headquarters, the corporate headquarters of ODRS, that's Ondo State Internal Revenue Service. We call it the Revenue House in Ondo State. I welcome Mr. Tolu Adegbuye. Mr. Tolu Adegbuye, let us applaud him, please. Also welcome Mr. Benga Badejo, Chief Executive Officer, CEO, Ondo State Development and Investment Promotion Agency, ONDIPA. You're most welcome, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Let us applaud Mr. Benga Badejo now. Thank you, thank you. Some of our bureaucrats are also here. Permanent secretaries are here. And know that Mr. Edward Ogumola of the Ministry of Agric and Forestry in charge of Agric sector in Ondo State is there. Please let us applaud him, please. Can't knew he came in. The chairman of councils are also here. You can see chairman of Ondo East, chairman of Idonre local government. Very shortly, we continue to recognize you. I want to welcome the number 3 citizen of Adia State, In his office, we call him Mr. Speaker, and everybody. Welcome the Speaker of Ondo State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Olamide Oladiji. Mr. Speaker, sir, you're most welcome, sir. We appreciate you for joining in this program. And also welcome the Deputy Speaker, Right Honorable Prince Abayomi Akinruntan. Mr. Deputy Speaker, where are you, sir? Okay. Please let us applaud Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Majority Leader is also here. Okay. Deputy Majority Leader is here, Honorable Olajide Oguntodu. Deputy Majority Leader. Where is Deputy Majority Leader? This is Minority Leader. Okay. The Minority Leader is Honorable Oguntodu Johnson. You are most welcome, Minority Leader. You are not the Majority Leader. You are welcome, sir. And also the Deputy Majority Leader. Okay. Honorable Princess is the Deputy Majority Leader. Honorable Princess Ogunlowo Oluwatosin. You're most welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Take just a break to allow the man in charge of protocol of the Ondo State House of Assembly so that they won't take permission from the acting governor to allow me go and stand before the chief whip of the house. Quite a number of our keynote speakers are already here. The chairman of UBA PSC, Mr. Tony Elemelu, represented by Mr. Muiwa Akinyemi, the group deputy managing director of UBA PSC. Where are you, sir? You're most welcome, sir. Please let us applaud them, please. Why the names? Okay. Bulabadi. All right. I should come down. Okay. Want to also welcome the general manager, NMPC Chevron JV, that's Engineer Andrew Omomain. You're most welcome, sir. We appreciate you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for being part of this program in Ondo State. And we'll going back to the Ondo State House of Assembly, wants to warmly welcome the Chief Whip of the Ondo State House of Assembly, Honorable Oluwarotimi Fashono. You are most welcome. Honorable, you're welcome, sir. And also proceed to welcome the Deputy Minority Leader, Honorable Oluwatoyin Raymond Daudu. You're welcome, sir. Welcome, Honorable Biola Oladapo. You're most welcome. Also welcome the Deputy Parliamentary Secretary, Honorable Ololade Gbegudu. You're most welcome, sir. Honorable Muntala Suleiman, you're welcome. Honorable Agbolo Tope Akim, you're most welcome. Honorable Kolawole Ologede, you're welcome. Honorable Rotimi Abitogun, you're most welcome. Honorable Oluwatoyin Allen, you're welcome. And also Honorable Timi Tope Akomolafe, you're most welcome. Honorable Princess Olawumi Fayemi, you're welcome. Thank you so much for coming. Honorable Akindolani Akinshuroju, you're welcome. Also welcome Honorable Christopher Ogunlana, welcome. Honorable Felix Afe, you're welcome. Also welcome Honorable Odoayo Ayebusiwa, you're most welcome. Also welcome Honorable Monyolo, Honorable Taiwo Ogunmoni, you're most welcome from Ondo West 1. Thank you, my dear brother. You're welcome. Honorable Jafet Victor Oluwatoyin, you're welcome. Honorable Shati Olatungi Emmanuel, you're welcome. And finally, no, not finally yet, Honorable Witherspoon Atinuke Murenike from Owo 2 and from Odibo. We have Honorable Ifabi Samuel Olatungi, you're welcome. Honorable Jaye Ola Baba Benjamin Taye, that is the distinguished clerk of Ondo State House of Assembly. Please, can we applaud all members of the Ondo State House of Assembly? Thank you so much for making it to the Ondo Develop Ondo Investment Summit. I want to welcome our royal fathers. Kabiyesi Alayeluwa. Welcome you, about William Solusegun Akinyomi, the Amakwetu of mine. Shall we all say Kabiyesi o? Yeah, we don't clap for Kabiyesi, we simply just say Kabiyesi, and they will acknowledge us. That's why the Amakwetu greeted us. We also want to welcome the Odoka of Obe Ogbaro, that is Obafemi Ogbaro. Kabiyesi, long may you reign. I cite you, Kabiyesi. Also want to welcome the... I will soon leave here. I will soon leave here for you. just give me 1 minute more to leave here. And I know my commissioner is already seated. Let me just look those who would benefit. Want to welcome the woman who speaks for Ondo State. She speaks for the government and people of Ondo State, the Honorable Commissioner for Information and Orientation, Chief Yeyoba Bamidele Ademola Olateju. You're most welcome, ma'am. Let us clap for my commissioner now. Please help me join. Please help me clap for my commissioner. Thank you so much, Honorable Commissioner for Information and Orientation. I also want to welcome the... another person. Mr. Olufemi Akarakiri is also part of the it's also part of this committee, and from Ondipa, Mr. Femi Akarakiri. I think I started you somewhere. The first person I will see today. Mr. Olufemi Akarakiri of Ondipa, you're welcome. And also want to welcome the Honorable Commissioner for Budget and Economic Planning in Ondo State, Pastor Emmanuel Igbason. Good to see you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. On this note, Richmond, over to you, please.
Thank you very much, Bode Akinwumi, who is my colleague in the business of mastering events here in Akure, Ondo State. Thank you for that detailed recognition. Yourself and Sam Chuku of NDDC, who has recognized the directors and managing director, the executive directors and managing directors of the NDDC. Your Excellencies, Royal Highnesses, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is the Develop Ondo Investment Summit 2.0. What a delight of mine it is to be here in this beautiful Sunshine State, to join my voice with that of the people of Ondo State, to call for the entire world to come and invest in this beautiful state, blessed with a lot of natural resources and indeed beautiful landscapes and wonderful tourism destinations. What a beauty Ondo State is. And that is why the government and the people of Ondo State are committed in ensuring that the story is told, the narrative is right, and the call is made as often as it should for investors from far and near to come and invest in what today is recognized as the most peaceful state, not just in the western part of Nigeria, but indeed in the entire Nigeria. Please give them a round of applause for that, ladies and gentlemen.
Sorry to butt in again. I would like to recognize my Lord, the Chief Judge of Ondo State, Honorable Olusegun Odushola. My Lord, you are recognized. Please let us clap for my Lord, please. And maybe I use that privilege to equally recognize members of the Ondo State Service Commission, Ondo State House of Assembly Service Commission, Honorable Dare Emiola, Chairman, House of Assembly Service Commission. You are most welcome, sir. Right Honorable. Also, Right Honorable Koka Malaki, member of that commission, you're welcome. Honorable Ola Oguntime, you're most welcome.
Thank you very much. Please, before I call for the national anthem that would officially begin this event, and by the way, as we get off for the national anthem, we will start streaming live on TVC television. All cameramen, photography and video, please do not come to the middle of this hall. In fact, where some of you are standing, you can see is not good for the aesthetics of an international event. Can the empty tripods be moved to the far end of the hall, to the left and the right? Very kindly, can we do that real quick? And please do not come and interfere. There's a camera here for TVC and the event organizers, Brevity Anderson. There are two cameras this way. Do not block it. There are cameras that way. Do not block it. The cameras on the risers, please do not block it. Your Excellencies, shall we now rise for the national anthem? Technical. That's the national anthem and the Ondo State anthem to go after it. The Ondo State anthem. God bless the state of Ondo. God bless the Republic of Nigeria. May be seated. Thank you very much. I like, the feast of affirmation that kept going with the words of the state anthem. Is an affirmation of a willingness, a commitment and dedication to attract and keep investment in your state. Please, one more time for Ondo State, can we hear a round of applause? Your Excellency, Arakurin Oluwarotimi Akeredolu, SANCON, Governor of Ondo State, who is ably represented by His Excellency Lucky Orimisa Ayetatiwa, Acting Governor of Ondo State. The Right Honorable Olamide Oladiji, the Speaker of the State House of Assembly, the Honorable Justice of the President of the Customary Court of Appeal of Ondo State, my Lord, the Chief Justice of the State, members of the National Assembly who are here, Your Excellency Mr. Ruben Alba Aguilera, the Acting Head of Cooperation Delegation of the European Union to Nigeria and the ECOWAS, Your Excellency Ms. Fatia Tahiru, the Deputy Representative Operations AI United Nations Development Program, Deputy Speaker of the State House and principal officers and members of the State House of Assembly, the chairman of the ruling party in the state, the secretary to the state government, members of the State Executive Council, Dr. Samuel Oboku, the managing director of Niger Delta Development Commission, Engineer Benga Komolafe, FNSE, CCE, NUPRC, represented by Engineer Ebel Nsa, Dr. Mele Kolo Kiari, OFR, GCE of NNPC Limited, represented by Engineer Demi Adetunji, EVP Downstream, Mr. Richard Kennedy, Chairman Managing Director of Chevron Nigeria, represented by Mr. Andrew Omomehin of Chevron, Mr. Tony Elumelu, represented by the Deputy Managing Director of UBA, all of whom have been appropriately recognized by names. We acknowledge as well the presence of our speakers, moderators, and sponsors of this event, permanent secretaries of the Public Service of Ondo State, chairman and members of the Ondo Council of Obas, heads of security agencies. I could go on, but I will pause to say distinguished invited guests, captains of industry, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Develop Ondo Investment Summit 2.0. Investment Summit 1.0 has thrown up a couple of successes for the current administration, some of which you see as you drive around the state, the capital city of Akure. One which is directly opposite where we are here in the dome in Akure. You'll find what is to become in the nearest future the first real entrepreneurial village across the globe. And indeed, when you consider the mineral resources in the state and you consider the tourism, not just potentials, the real tourism opportunities that the state has, you will begin to appreciate the need for the state to call investors to come into their doors and set up businesses. One, for the peace and security they will enjoy. Two, for the hospitality of the people. And three, for the right policy framework from the government. You can give a please on those a round of applause if you must. Thank you very much. Now, without much ado, Your Excellencies, Royal Highnesses, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll go quickly into our opening ceremony. I'll give you a quick rundown to what we're doing once I'm done with this opening formalities. We'll take a welcome and opening address from the chairman of this summit and an honorable commissioner of the state. We'll go from there to goodwill messages from some of our partners. We'll proceed to listening to our platinum sponsor, who will give us a sponsor's keynote address. One more goodwill will follow, a keynote address from an oil and gas upstream regulator, and then we'll listen to some entertainment by way of the cultural performance from the state troops. And of course, after that time, we'll then listen to Engineer Babajide Akeredolu, who will address us as to some of the accomplishments of the current administration. Then we'll listen to His Excellency, the Acting Governor. We'll take a vote of thanks. We'll close the opening ceremony and then do some family photos, at which time I will be announcing those who would rise and come for the family photo. Before I invite the commissioner to speak, let me make a few housekeeping announcements. One being that whilst we're here, please make sure your phones are constantly on vibration or on silence. The second one is the exit doors are clearly marked. Should there be an emergency, locate the nearest exit door to you and proceed to the car park open area available to the door you exited from. That will serve as a muster point. During the breaks at this summit for the next 3 days, we have for tea and coffee served in the foyer of the dome here, just outside the main door to your right. You find tea and coffee will be served for you during the break. That will be for delegates and visitors. Now, there is a room as you are going towards that direction to your right. That room is designated for VIP and speakers. Please, if your tag does not say VIP or speaker, kindly do not get close to that door, because the men whose chests are 3 times my size will refuse your accessing that door. During lunch, VIPs and speakers will get their lunch in that same place. And then delegates and visitors, you would get your lunch at the dome to the left of where I stand. Ladies and gentlemen, is on that note, I would ask you with a warm applause to welcome a man passionate about his state, committed to his development, and dedicated to the service of his home state. Welcome with me, Honorable Commissioner for Energy and Mineral Resources, Chairman, Develop Ondo 2.0 Organizing Committee, Engineer Rasak Obey.
The Governor of Ondo State, Arakunrin Oluwarotimi Odunwayo Akeredolu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Commander of the Order of the Niger. Please jam your hands together for our Governor. The acting Governor of the state, Honorable Lucky Orimisan Ayedatiwa. I want to step on the protocol already established so that we'll save time today. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand today as the chairman of the local organizing committee of Develop Ondo Investment Summit 2023. This is a momentous event designed carefully by the visionary, the governor of Ondo State, Arakunrin Oluwarotimi Akeredolu, to promote and unlock investment potential of Ondo State. This summit serves as a platform for showcasing a plethora of opportunities that our beloved Sunshine State offers to both local and international investors. Supported by various stakeholders, this summit is the result of the hard work and the incredible human capital that Ondo State offers. Under Governor Akeredolu's astute guidance, Ondo State has witnessed remarkable strides in various sectors, and this summit stands as a testament to his commitment to driving economic growth and development in Ondo State. Through his special purpose vehicle, christened the Redeemed Agenda, Arakunrin Akeredolu tireless effort in promoting an investment-friendly environment, streamlining policies, and promoting collaboration between private and public sectors have laid a strong foundation for attracting investors and creating ample opportunities for economic prosperity. As participants in this summit, you will play a crucial role in the success of the summit. I encourage everyone to actively engage in various activities and sessions that have been meticulously planned. Embrace the opportunities for the networking that can happen here and collaboration with fellow investors, industry experts, policy makers, and government officials. Your interactions and contributions will not only enrich the summit, but also pave the way for identifying investment prospects and forging strategic partnerships. The agenda for the Develop Ondo 2.0 Investment Summit promises to be rich and diverse and reflect the diverse potential of our state. Plenary sessions will feature keynote speakers and thought leaders sharing their insights on investment trends and strategies. Sector-specific discussions will delve into untapped opportunities in agriculture, mining, manufacturing, renewable energy, tourism, commerce, financial solutions, and other key sectors. The exhibition will showcase the innovations and investment prospects that abound in our state. During the summit, you will engage in thoughtful discussions on policy frameworks, regulatory reforms, incentive packages that create an enabling environment for business to thrive. We will explore ways to attract sustainable investments, which will in turn drive economic growth, create employment opportunities, and improve the quality of the life of the people. On behalf of Develop Ondo Investment Summit Local Organizing Committee, I extend our sincere appreciation to all those within and outside the state who have supported, especially our partners, the European Union, the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, for their unwavering support and collaboration in making this summit a reality. Their belief in development and growth of Ondo State has been instrumental to ensuring the success of this event. The commitment of this international organization strengthens our collective dedication to achieve sustainable economic development and prosperity. We especially commend our esteemed sponsors, the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, Toyota Nigeria, Jitel, Green Energy, Montashek Engineering, and others, and our data firms, TS Business, and our excellent event producer, Brevity Anderson. Together, let's forge a path of progress and prosperity for Ondo State. Let us leverage the opportunities presented by this summit to create a brighter and more sustainable future for all. The time is ripe for transformative investment that will shape the course of our state for generations to come. May this summit be a catalyst for realizing the full potential of Ondo State as a leading investment destination in Nigeria and the world. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Razak Obey, the Honorable Commissioner for Energy and Mineral Resources and Chairman, Develop Ondo 2.0 Organizing Committee, restating this, the state's commitment in attracting and keeping investment. And a key demonstration of that is the fact that the acting governor is here, the speaker is here, the chief justice is here, members of the assembly are here. So whatever this summit is going to discuss, if it concerns lawmaking, the lawmakers are here. If it concerns policy, the executive is here. If it's what the judiciary needs to intervene with, they are here. So indeed, Ondo is set to receive you to do business. Yes, please go ahead. Thank you very much. He also appreciated some of their partners, one of which is our next speaker. We're going virtual now as we want to listen to the acting head of cooperation delegation of the European Union to the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the ECOWAS, His Excellency, Mr. Ruben Alba Aguilera. Can we please listen to Mr. Aguilera?
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to deliver this goodwill message on behalf of the European Union. As you know, the European Union is a strategic partner for Nigeria. For us, it's very important to help the country to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. We do know that development finance funding will not be enough. That's why we are taking active steps to support the national authorities so they can mobilize additional domestic resources and investments. And as part of these efforts, together with UNDP, we have supported the adoption of Nigeria's Integrated National Financing Framework, INFF. INFF is a tool to support long-term investments and to strengthen medium and long-term planning. It's also a tool for transparency, so we get a full view of the resources available for sustainable development. And that's very, very important for both the country as well as partners like European Union, so we can all assess different sources of funding, whether public, private, national, or international, and to make sure that we activate and promote the different funding channels and we use the resources strategically to achieve better value for money. We have collaborated with Nigeria since 2020, and since the official launch of the INFF in 2022, our support has been already put to a good use in a certain number of areas, such as doing business reform and access to finance for women and youth-led businesses, as well as investment promotion. We are also very proud to support the Ondo Investment Summit, this event, as an example, as a paramount example of how much public and private actors working together can achieve to improve the social and economic progress in Nigeria, in particular in Ondo State. Over the next 3 days of this summit, the participant will have an opportunity to discuss critical development issues such as the management of fossil fuel resources and the use of alternative sources of energy, as well as to discuss opportunities for economic diversification. We at the European Union, some of these topics are at the very heart of the EU-Nigeria partnership when it comes in particular to green economy and innovation. And we have a common objective to stimulate growth, to support the development of small and medium enterprises, to create jobs, particularly for the youth and the women. Together with the European Union member states, working as a Team Europe, as part of the Global Gateway Strategy, we have put together projects worth more than €1 billion targeting all of these areas. And these projects have already supported both public and private players here in Nigeria with policy and regulatory advice, capacity building, and access to finance. Yet, we do know that a lot remains to be done because the potential to fully exploit the potential of private sector investment. President Tinubu has marked the start of his term with some bold reforms aiming at liberalizing the markets and redirecting limited fiscal resources. And I think these are steps in the right direction. But of course, we know that the federal system alone cannot address all of the issues to put in place a more business and investment-friendly environment. So we really hope that this summit will also contribute to achieving that common objective. As Nigeria's long-standing partner, the European Union looks forward to continue working with both public and private sector at both the federal and state level for the benefit of all Nigerians. I sincerely hope this event will be a success, and I thank you for your attention.
And thank you as well to you, Your Excellency, Mr. Ruben Alba Aguilera, speaking there as the acting head of cooperation and delegation of EU to Nigeria and the ECOWAS. Moving on from the EU, we go over now to the United Nations Development Program. Please join me in welcoming Her Excellency, Ms. Fati Atahiru, Deputy Resident Representative, Operations AI of the UNDP.
His Excellency, the Honorable Lucky Ayade Tiwa, the Acting Governor, Ondo State, Dr. Samuel Oboku, the Managing Director, the Niger Delta Development Commission, the Organizer and Chairman of Develop Ondo 2.0, Engineer Razak Obe, all senior government officials here present, our royal fathers, fellow development partners, industry executives, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am delighted to be here today at the Develop Ondo Investment Summit with the theme, Developing Possibilities. Let me start by congratulating the government of Ondo State for bringing together public and private sector stakeholders to identify areas of investment and financing opportunities and discuss pertinent issues that affect industries in the state. Forums like this are vital for knowledge sharing, problem solving, and partnership for development. And the United Nations Development Program, together with the European Union, is glad to have partnered with this state for this year's Investment Summit. The agenda for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030 is a broad, complex, and transformative ambition that spreads beyond the sole delivery capacity of the government. If we must achieve the SDGs for the people, prosperity, and planet by 2030, then we must deliberately acknowledge that the private sector is an indispensable partner. Indeed, the private sector is critical for advancing development. Private sector contributes to the development by boosting production of goods and services, financing investments through taxes, and creating innovative solutions to help tackle development challenges. In developing countries, private sector operations constitute on average 60% of GDP, while generating 90% of jobs and 80% of capital inflow. I must, at this juncture, applaud the people and government of Ondo State, the Sunshine State, for it has come a very long way. It has recorded some successes in terms of low poverty and unemployment levels, as well as higher internally generated revenue relative to many states across the country. But there is still more that can be done. There's room for progress on all the SDG indicators for the state. Hence, we must collaborate, work together, and double our efforts on human capital and infrastructure development if we are to eradicate poverty in all forms across the state by 2030. As we pursue progress on economic and social indicators, we must also remember that environmental sustainability is critical. And in this context of sustainable development, we must also think ahead in exploring new technologies and approaches to ensure that the state is able to meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. I am delighted that UNDP has begun working with the Ondo State government on investment promotion and also providing support in SDG-aligned development planning for the state. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as decision makers, internal and domestic investors, project financiers, industry leaders, service professionals, and development partners in this room, we must all pull our weight, both in terms of expertise and resources, to promote investment in Ondo State. The government of Ondo State has documented several opportunities across various subsectors for investment. My hope is that through this summit, investors and partners will become aware of and explore the existing and emerging investment opportunities present in Ondo State, with greater focus on moving beyond the mere primary commodity extraction, but towards product processing and industrialization, without leaving the environmental considerations behind. Thank you, and I wish you a successful summit.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Ms. Fatia Tairu, Deputy Resident Representative Operations AI for UNDP Nigeria. Moving on swiftly from her goodwill, we'll now take another message, this time from our platinum sponsor. Please join me in welcoming the Managing Director, Niger Delta Development Commission. Welcome, Dr. Samuel Uboku.
Good morning, Your Excellency, the Governor of Ondo State, represented by the Acting Governor, His Excellency Lucky, the Chief of Staff, the Head of Service, top government functionaries, representative of the NMPC, NURP, the EU, UNDP, my team from the NDDC, the Chief Judge of Ondo State, Royal Fathers here present, gentlemen of the press. We from the NDDC were here as partners in development in the region to support this project of Develop Ondo 2.0 Investment Summit, because we believe that it is through partnership and collaboration that society can develop better. I want to thank His Excellency the Acting Governor for giving us the best of reception and hospitality since we came in yesterday. He actually showed us how hospitable the people of Ondo State are, and he also showed us that sun can shine even when it is raining. Well, for NDDC, we believe this program is also in line with our policy focus of partnership, partnering with government at different levels, partnering with the public and private sector, and partnering with even individuals in different areas of societal development, youth development, women empowerment, and also infrastructural development. We believe that resources are scarce, and because of the scarceness of resources, it is only when we harness our resources together that we can complete projects. Rather than starting projects that will not be able to finish, having intention of starting a project and also completing it have its own challenges. So we believe if we come together, we can actually complete these projects. Hence, we are here to also tell the world that we are also open for investment and partnership. NDDC is looking beyond oil because we know most of the IOCs are currently divesting from fossil oil, and we are also looking at what will be the future of the Niger Delta in the event that the IOCs abandon us and probably move out of the country. Because it is evident that most of them are even selling off their facilities, selling off to local operators, and we know that the investment of local operators would not be able to match what the foreign investors are going to invest. Hence, the 3% of their budget, which is their contribution to the NDDC, we know that in the next few years, it might also reduce. So when we get to that point, what is going to be the future of NDDC? That means we're going to have lower revenue. And in preparation for that, that is why we're also identifying with this program to look into investment. Because in our act, there is the provision for investment, which we are yet to tap. And NDDC is also open to partnering in investment, so that we don't also sit back and expect just our contributions from the oil companies that probably will be dictated by the future. Let us plan for our future today and rather take the lead to dictate for our future. That is what the new management of NDDC stands for, to secure the future of the Niger Delta people by investing for our future. And investing for our future, we're also looking at areas of possible partnership with the IOCs to say probably some of the funds that they are contributing to us, let us partner with you people if these funds can also be used for developmental purpose. Rather than giving it to us, let us agree. How much are you going to contribute to us? Let us plan together on how to use those funds, so that you don't say you give these funds to us that will be mismanaged in future, because we want to be accountable to whatever little resources you have given to us. So I thought I should make this clear so that let the world know what the new NDDC stands for. The new NDDC is rewind to rebirth. we have rewind, going back to where we started from, and we are debating a new NDDC that will give hope to the people of the Niger Delta, a new NDDC that will be the pride of the people of the Niger Delta, a new NDDC that the people of the Niger Delta will be proud of, and not the NDDC that people will be casting aspersion on to say has failed. This NDDC, we want your support, and we know we are not going to fail you. That is the assurance we are giving to you. Now, let me start by joining the good people of Ondo State to congratulate His Excellency for his 67th birthday and wishing him long life, prosperity, in good health. I want to specifically commend you for the wisdom in organizing this summit, as it will attract foreign and local investors to come and work with the state government in attracting development and prosperity to the people. The theme, Developing Possibilities, is both positive and symbolic. It connects to the topic of my presentation, which speaks to the potential for partnership beyond oil. Coincidentally, the focus of the current management of the NDDC under my leadership is on deepening partnership with private sector and development partners to ensure that we have the necessary resources to pursue accelerated infrastructural development. Thinking beyond oil is not only a pathway to sustain development in the Niger Delta region, but it is also fast becoming inevitable as the reality of energy transition and global climate crisis continues to stare us in the face. We need to act urgently and collectively, as we no longer have the luxury of time. Our experience in the region has shown that many oil and gas companies operating in the Niger Delta have continued to divest in line with their priorities, directly impacting the funds available for sustainable development that we seek. These implications of this confluence of challenges has put an additional burden on an agency like ours. So the only way to continue delivering on our mandate is to strive to be innovative in seeking partnership. Even before we got here, we knew that our oil and gas endowment is a non-renewable resources that will finish one day. We are the ones to bear the burden of explaining to our generation behind spent the money that accrued from the resources that God gave us. To make this happen at the scale that can make us justify before them, we need to build the right alliance of partners who share our vision. Partnership and stakeholders' engagement are intertwined. They are two sides of the same coin, as you can hardly achieve one without the other. We need meaningful engagement of stakeholders to form relevant and sustainable partnership. That is why in NDDC, we take time to listen to our stakeholders to harvest their priorities and preferences and ensure that our interventions adequately reflect them. That way, we ensure community buy-in, ownership, and project sustainability. The state governments like yours are one of our most important stakeholders. Your role in the Niger Delta is very crucial to the success of our approach. That is why the advisory committee, made up of governors from 9 NDDC member states, is an important consultative body we should be comparing notes with regularly to ensure adequate synergy. Under my leadership, I will ensure that the Commission will at all times be on the same page with state governments to build necessary synergy required to take the region forward while reducing replication, waste, and inefficiency. The truth is that endowment of our region goes beyond oil and gas, just that we sometimes appear to be fixated on oil and gas and have therefore overlooked many other possibilities. For instance, unknown to many outside the state, Akure is a famous agricultural trade center known for producing and even exporting cash crops like cassava, palm oil, kernel, banana, and other important cash crops. Mineral resources like bitumen, kaolin, gypsum, and others found in commercial quantity in this state. Imagine what we can achieve if we can begin to harness the opportunities around all these resources. To harness them, we must begin to think creatively and challenge the often misguided assumptions about us. There is no better time to do this than now. The recent intention removal of fuel subsidy has impacted on the people of Nigeria through high inflations and across the country, raising stakeholders' expectations for us to do better. Since we are very, very much aware of our situation, we thought in NDDC the best we can do is to ensure that we also support the federal government in its drive to ensure that development is taken to the doorsteps of the people. And in whatever policy the federal government comes up with, we are very, very willing to complement those policies and to complement the policies of the state governments too. And in NDDC, I want to assure you that we're open for advice, suggestions from stakeholders. Hence, our 2024 budget, we have decided to ensure that all stakeholders are involved in preparing our 2024 budget. Our 2024 budget, we are bringing on board all the state government representatives and representatives from the IOCs and even that of the National Assembly to ensure that we build a budget that will be the vision of the people of the Niger Delta, not a budget that will be the vision of somebody sitting in Port Harcourt, so that all stakeholders will come on board, so that whatever projects that we are bringing to you are projects that you also contributed in suggesting. Hence, we have also advised that all the members of the committee should go out for stakeholders meeting with their constituents so that they bring to us projects that we are going to implement in 2024. And we are not looking at too many projects because over the years, people see NDDC littering projects all over the place. We are looking at few projects that we can start and finish. We don't want to do too many projects just for the political reason of trying to show people that we are bringing projects to your place. So it may not come all around. Over the years, NDDC have actually littered projects all over the place. Today, I can assure you that many communities in the Niger Delta, the only projects they have in their communities most times is only NDDC project. That is to tell you that NDDC is not a failure as many people will think. NDDC have actually taken projects to most communities. But however, I also agree that some of these projects could be adjudged not to be too sustainable, or maybe they are not big projects. Hence, we have done this for a while. Now, we are now in the phase of carrying out big projects that will impact more on the life of the people of the Niger Delta. Projects that will be more of regional projects. Projects that we know that if we partner with state governments, will influence, will attract development. We are looking at building a regional, integrational economy that will be integrated by the region. That is why we're also looking up to this investment. So I want to thank you people for this program and assure you that At any point in time, NDDC is willing to partner with Ondo State government and other relevant agencies and authorities that are willing to partner with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Samuel Ogboku, the Managing Director of Niger Delta Development Commission. Of course, there will always be the need for chocolate in the world, regardless of what happens to oil. Ondo has cocoa. There are possibilities to be developed there. There will always be need for ceramics in people's homes, regardless of what happens to oil. The mineral resource is right here in Ondo State. We'll always need bitumen, at least for our roads, regardless of oil. We have it in abundance in Ondo State. And NDDC is saying, yes, please go ahead with the round of applause if you may. NDDC is saying we are going to partner with you beyond oil to make sure all of these things happens. And he's also reminded us of the fact that NDDC has been meeting a wide range of challenges and solving problems in the Niger Delta that many might think they're not doing it, but indeed they are. Can we give him another round of applause? Thank you, MD. Thank you. Moving swiftly now to, and I would like to beg our remaining speakers to kindly keep to the time that is in front of them. We'll appreciate it. We're a bit behind schedule. Let's welcome now the Managing Director of Chevron Nigeria and Mid-Africa Business Unit, and Chairman as well, and Chairman of OPTS as well. He's not here, Mr. Richard Kennedy, but representing him is the General Manager, NNPC Chevron Joint Venture, a son of the soil. Let's welcome Engineer Andrew Omomehi for Chevron's goodwill. You would tell he's the son of the soil. He couldn't go past the traditional rulers without the right salutation. You are welcome.
Okay. Goodwill message from Mr. Rick Kennedy, Chairman, Managing Director, Chevron Nigeria Mid-Africa Business Unit, represented by my humble self, an indigene of Ondo State, a proud son of Ilaje, Andrew Omomehi, General Manager, JV Operations of NNPC and Chevron. Your Excellency, sir, the Executive Governor of Ondo State, Arakunrin Rotimi Akeredolu, SAN, ably represented by our own Acting Governor and Deputy Governor of Ondo State, Honorable Loki Ayedatiwa. Please let's put our hands together for him. I also want to recognize distinguished members of the National Assembly, Honorable Speaker of Ondo State, the Chief Judge of Ondo State, members of the State Executive Council, our royal fathers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's with pleasure that I join you at this auspicious investment summit tagged Ondo 2.0 on the theme Developing Possibilities. This summit, which is in its second edition, demonstrates the government commitment to identifying the promotion and promoting investment and financing opportunities that exist in Ondo State. I'd like to commend the effort of the state government for this initiative, which provides a veritable platform for the state to showcase its potentials and opportunities, particularly to the investment community in Nigeria and beyond. The outcome of this summit will go a long way in complementing the strides already made by the Ondo State government in improving the quality of life of the people of Ondo State. Chevron Nigeria is proud to be here at this summit, and we've operated in Nigeria for more than 60 years, contributing to the growth, prosperity of the country and Ondo State. And we've also established ourselves as partner of choice. As a company and partner, Chevron identifies with the aspirations of the government and the good people of Ondo State. We have learned through decades of experience that our business sources in providing affordable, reliable, ever cleaner energy is directly tied to the progress and prosperity of the people we work with and the communities where we operate. And we have continued to work with stakeholders, including our joint venture partners, the NNPC Limited, and the government, to empower people in our communities, particularly those close to our operations and beyond, to improve their livelihood and enhance their capacity to achieve their aspirations and meet their full potential. Through support for strategic social investment in the area of health, education, economic development. As an engineer, I've had personal opportunity to be involved in projects here in Ondo. We built a chest clinic at the medical center and also science block and many other projects here in the state. Chevron takes seriously its role as a socially responsible corporate citizen, as demonstrated by our social investment footprints around the country and in the state. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, on behalf of Chevron Nigeria Limited, I thank you for this invitation and wish you a very successful investment summit. I'd like to add that Chevron, we are here to stay. And I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Andrew Omomehin. He is the General Manager, the NNPC Chevron Joint Venture, speaking on behalf of his principal, Mr. Rick Kennedy. Can we give him another round of applause? Chevron is here to stay. They are, by the way, the only international operating here in Akure, in Ondo State, not Akure, in Ondo State. So Chevron, we thank you, and we call on independence and internationals as well. Ondo is ready for business. Come, let's do some business. Okay, moving on to now the upstream regulator of the Nigerian oil and gas industry, that is the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, whose commission chief executive, Engineer Gbenga Komalafe, FNSE, is also a son of the soil, but is unable to join us today because he had to join His Excellency the Vice President on certain national assignment outside of the country. Representing him is the head of the National Oil and Gas Excellence Center in Lagos of the NUPRC. Please welcome with me Engineer Ebel Nsa, FNSE. It's like we're being a bit stingy with our applause this morning. I don't understand. These men and women will attract investments for us. Let us show some appreciation by way of an applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richmond. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Ondo State, His Excellency, the Arakunrin Rotimi Akeredolu SAN, the Acting Governor of Ondo State, Honorable Lucky Ayedatiwa. Please let me stand on existing protocol. Engineer Gbenga Komolafe sends his goodwill, and he really would have loved to be here present as a son of the soil. But he sends his goodwills and sends his apologies as well. So, Acting Governor, sir, please accept his apologies. It is a great honor for me to be part of this esteemed gathering of Ondo sons and daughters, investors, business leaders, and key players in different industries, and a pleasure to speak and interact with us in this summit as an important subject titled Matching the Opportunities of an Oil-Bearing State to Petroleum Industry Act. What should be and where we are headed. As we started today, there was a lot of discussions about the Petroleum Industry Act. That's what's giving direction to the industry. Remarkably, this subject is indeed apt, considering the rapidly changing global energy landscape, as many countries target net zero emissions by 2030. To begin, permit me to take this opportunity to extend my appreciation to the organizers and conveners of Develop Ondo Summit 2.0, spurred by the able leadership of the Executive Governor of Ondo State, His Excellency Arakunrin Oluwarotimi Odunayo Akeredolu SAN, for bringing together a broad spectrum of spectators and stakeholders and brightest minds from different industries and academia, creating opportunities for them to network and interact on challenges and emerging business opportunities to foster the development of trade and investment in Ondo State. Indeed, with the caliber of eminent business leaders and professionals are here today, you can rest assured of high-quality multi-stakeholder engagement that will proffer sound collective solutions to key challenges confronting us to enable us leverage the grand opportunities available to optimize our hydrocarbon resources development, as well as the development of other natural resources in the state. The global context. His Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the commitment from the Paris Agreement of 2015 and subsequent UN climate change conferences require us to pursue efforts to limit global temperature rise to within 1.5 to 2.0 of pre-industrial levels. Since this landmark agreement, and entities are establishing carbon neutrality targets, which in turn have sparked competitive low-carbon solutions as well as created many new businesses opportunities and new markets globally. However, it has also generated some wide variances in perspectives and narratives in the global energy landscape. The International Energy Agency, IEA's latest World Investment Report indicates that investment in clean energy technologies is significantly outpacing spending on fossil fuels. Many of the oil and gas majors have transferred to multi-energy companies and have made huge spendings on green development in order to diversify their energy mix, reduce their carbon footprint, and abate their methane emissions. Indeed, while recent global investment trends allude to the defunding of fossil fuels, global investment in research and innovations in renewables and clean energy technologies are increasing as government race to stay on track with net zero emissions for 2050. For instance, IEA report indicates that the annual global investment in clean energy and clean energy technology, specifically relevant to the energy transition, increased by 20% between 2021 to 2022, representing the largest annual investment increase since 2010. Governments and energy companies are supporting major R&D and demonstrating projects in key areas such as low-emission hydrogen-based energy, lithium-ion and lithium-free batteries for electric vehicles, and other critical energies. Investors, business leaders, and participants and delegates, permit me to delve further into Ondo State's hydrocarbon landscape and an array of hydrocarbon potentials in order to steer our discussions around creating viable direction for powering sustainable energy future in the state and the nation at large. Nigeria has adopted natural gas as a transition fuel on its course to energy transition. Unfolding event has equally shown that natural gas is our destination fuel, with a projection that gas forms a significant part of the energy mix for Nigeria by 2030 and beyond. This informed the criticality of the natural gas shift as one of the transition pillars to ensure that development, production, and domestic gas supply are vigorously pursued. Thus, the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, in collaboration with its sister regulator, the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, to deepen gas penetration and utilization through the implementation of Domestic Gas Delivery Obligation Framework, as stipulated in Section 110 of the Petroleum Industry Act 2021. The natural gas reserves in the Meren Gado fields offer significant potentials for further development. The Meren field currently produces through the Meren NAC platform of Escravos gas plant. The Escravos Lagos pipeline, which traverses Ondo State, is a 2 billion standard cubic feet, 342 pipeline infrastructure. The Section C supplies 512 megawatts of motor shop power plant in the state, operated by the Niger Delta Power Holding Company under the National Integrated Power Project. The ELPS offers tremendous potential for the state in the growth of gas-based industries, industrial parks, gas-fired power plants, and other mainstream gas businesses. Distinguished guests, as many of you are aware, the Ororo Marginal Field is one very important asset located geographically within Ondo State. However, Ororo 1 has some challenges. Although plans are underway to get this under control and save the environment that is being degraded, may I at this juncture plead with the governor of Ondo State to kindly look into this situation as well. Further opportunities spurred by the National Decade of Gas Program. Dear investors, ladies and gentlemen, huge investment opportunity in upstream, midstream, and downstream gas sector has also been unveiled in the national context through the analysis of the federal government's Decade of Gas Program. At the heart of the program is the vision to drive infrastructure and industrial development of Nigeria in order to prosper our citizens and make life more meaningful to all. It has been projected that Nigeria may face an impending gas supply with potential shortfall of 3.1 BCF per day by 2030, except if high-case gas production and supply scenario is unlocked through gas exploration and gas infrastructure development. Major projects such as Train 7, Train 8, Nigeria-Morocco gas pipeline, Ajaokuta, AKK, Ajaokuta, Kaduna, Kanu, the AKK, and natural gas pipeline, etc., will be the drivers, but will not meet the high-case demand scenario projected at about 22.2 BCF in 2030. Dear participants and delegates, the shortfall energy demand scenario narrated in the foregoing show that creating a viable path for value optimization in Ondo State and Nigeria does not only require commitment to hydrocarbon development, but demands that we have the right discourse on development of our renewable resources, as well as other critical minerals required in the energy sector. The regulatory and governance framework specified in Chapter 3 of the Petroleum Industry Act provide robust framework and mechanism that has ensured harmonious coexistence of the oil and gas industry players and their respective host communities, thereby guaranteeing conducive operating environment for our existing and prospective investors. The Commission, as part of its achievement, has registered 822 host community development trusts in effective implementation of the PIA 2021. Aside engaging on sensitization workshop on HOSCOM implementation, some of which was carried out in Ondo State recently. In addition, the Commission has, in partnership with the OECM, developed an intelligent digital automated platform for reporting and monitoring the host community development trust for transparent administration of the HOSCOM provisions of the PIA. Permit me to conclude by remarking that Ondo State is suitably positioned to become an economic powerhouse in the unfolding global energy dynamics, given its population and over 500 million people and abundant natural resources. It therefore behoves on the government, prospective investors, and all energy and mining industry stakeholders in Ondo State and Nigeria to accept the deliberations, suggestions, and recommendations made throughout the course of this summit as a call for action and a change for enhanced collaboration in unlocking the vast opportunities, leveraging our energy resources and market potentials in positioning Ondo State and our country, Nigeria, as a major regional energy hub. Thank you for listening.
Okay, so from all the goodwill messages and the keynotes, we'll take a breather from the speaking for just 5 minutes, and that time we will use it to show you something else about Ondo State beyond the minerals and the hospitality. It is a cultural performance from the riverine areas, I'm told, and this time it is around one of the abundant mineral resources in the state. Stage troupe, you have 5 minutes. Your time is now. Can we give them a round of applause as they take center stage to entertain?
Òṣùpá yòrò yòrò, ọmọdé àsìrè àlẹ́ o. Bí mọ́lẹ̀ bá wọlé, ó kúkú ní láti paradà. Òṣùpá yòrò yòrò, ọmọdé àsìrè àlẹ́ o. Una mànàmáná ṣe pàtàkì. Ìkàlẹ̀ ìlàjẹ òjò àpọ́ì àti òdìgbò àbáwá ṣe òjìtàn. Òkè rere mẹ́rọ mọ́júbà lẹ́gùrẹ́. Mọ́júbà lẹ́gùrẹ́ mo májúbà ńlá o.
Òkè rere mẹ́rọ mọ́júbà lẹ́gùrẹ́.
Mọ́júbà lẹ́gùrẹ́ àbòdì àbáyé mọ́júbà ẹ o.
Òkè rere mẹ́rọ mọ́júbà lẹ́gùrẹ́.
Ukú apamọ́ ukọ̀ pọ̀lọ̀pọ̀lọ̀.
Òkè rere mẹ́rọ
mọ́júbà lẹ́gùrẹ́. Àmọ́ pé túwó mọ́júbà ẹ ò bá wa.
Òkè rere mẹ́rọ mọ́júbà lẹ́gùrẹ́.
Mọ́júbà lẹ́gùrẹ́ mo májúbà rẹ o.
Òkè rere mẹ́rọ mọ́júbà lẹ́gùrẹ́.
Ògùrú ọlọ́lá odò àṣà máa gbé àmọ́ pé kú.
Òkè rere mẹ́rọ mọ́júbà lẹ́gùrẹ́.
Ọba jẹ́gun ọ̀nà ìyá méjì wo máa ṣe o.
Òkè rere mẹ́rọ mọ́júbà lẹ́gùrẹ́.
Mọ́júbà lẹ́gùrẹ́ mo májúbà rán o.
Òkè rere mẹ́rọ mọ́júbà lẹ́gùrẹ́.
Mọ́júbà lẹ́gùrẹ́ ìdèpọ̀ ọ̀ká ọ̀kàyéká ni wéjọ́ náà nínú bọ̀rọ̀ bá tọ̀nà mú ẹ̀.
mọ́júbà lẹ́gùrẹ́.
Mọ́júbà lẹ́gùrẹ́ mo májúbà rán o.
Òkè rere mẹ́rọ mọ́júbà lẹ́gùrẹ́.
Kábíyèsí o bàbá mo májúbà rán o.
Òkè rere mẹ́rọ mọ́júbà lẹ́gùrẹ́.
Mọ́júbà lẹ́gùrẹ́ ọba ògbàrò mọ́dé adé.
Òkè rere mẹ́rọ mọ́júbà lẹ́gùrẹ́.
Mo májúbà rán o.
Òkè rere mẹ́rọ mọ́júbà lẹ́gùrẹ́.
Mọ́júbà lẹ́gùrẹ́ mo májúbà rán o.
Òkè rere mẹ́rọ mọ́júbà lẹ́gùrẹ́.
Lára àwarawa mọ́bẹ̀lẹ̀. Àwarawa mọ́bẹ̀lẹ̀. Àwarawa mọ́bẹ̀lẹ̀ ó yá jájọ́ gbá o.
Àwarawa mọ́bẹ̀lẹ̀.
Ó yá jágbá o.
Àwarawa mọ́bẹ̀lẹ̀.
Ó yá jágbá o.
Àwarawa mọ́bẹ̀lẹ̀.
Ó yá jágbá o.
Àwarawa mọ́bẹ̀lẹ̀.
Bàmí ayé ìjà tiwa.
Àwarawa mọ́bẹ̀lẹ̀.
Ó yá jágbá o.
Àwarawa mọ́bẹ̀lẹ̀.
Èkejì gómìnà.
Àwarawa mọ́bẹ̀lẹ̀.
Síkàdá o.
Àwarawa mọ́bẹ̀lẹ̀.
Ó yá jágbá o.
Àwarawa mọ́bẹ̀lẹ̀.
Ó yá jágbá o.
Àwarawa mọ́bẹ̀lẹ̀.
Jọ́kọ̀ yìí máa ma dáná.
Àwarawa mọ́bẹ̀lẹ̀.
Ó yá jágbá o.
Àwarawa mọ́bẹ̀lẹ̀.
Ó yá o. Oya jagba o. Ọ̀nà Olúgbénga dé. Ọmọ lọ́wọ́ má dẹ̀. Oya jajọgba o. Oya jajọgba o. Jọ́kọ̀ yìí má dáná. Oya jajọgba o. Gómìnà. Ayédàtiwa. Onígbọ̀n hàn o. Òdúró ọlọ́lá odò. Ọmọ ìgbà yóò mi fọ́ múnẹ̀múnẹ̀. Jòkó ìmàlẹ́ yínẹ́. Òdúró ọlọ́lá odò. Omi fọ́ múnẹ̀múnẹ̀. Jòkó ìmà rọwọ́ wa. Orí ajájọgbá o. Dayọ̀ Fádúyìlé o. Ọmọ àbòdì àbáyé. Orí ajájọgbá o. Yèmí ọlọ́dún ní òkú. Orí ajájọgbá o. Jámọ̀jọgbá o. Ọ̀dọ́mọdọ́nẹsẹ̀ mo bólókun sòwòye. Bàbí kẹ́lẹ́ ọ̀sọ̀tù òwò yọ́nẹ́ máa yọ́nẹ́ ṣe mo bólókun sòwòye. Owó náà máa yọ́nẹ́ ṣe mo bólókun sòwòmíye. Owó náà máa yọ́nẹ́ ṣe mo bólókun sòwòye. Àgàgún owó náà máa yọ́nẹ́ ṣe Olúfẹ́mi wo bólókun sòwòye. Owó náà máa yọ́nẹ́ ṣe wo bólókun sòwòye. Yonese oboloku sowo yeyeye. Yonese oboloku sowo ye. Lọ́la ariwo ọjà. Ariwo ọjà ìfọjọ́ lọ́jà mọ́ta. 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 Ariwo ọjà.
Thank you very
Agbójúléwé maraku ìgìlera. Agbójúléra kú ìgìlera. Agbójúléra kú ìgìlera. Akédiwé maraku ìgìlera. Agbójúléra kú ìgìlera. Akédiwé maraku ìgìlera. Agbójúléra kú ìgìlera. Akédiwé maraku ìgìlera. Akédiwé maraku ìgìlera.
Thank you. Thank you.
Títí lóye wé máa kó ìgìlera.
Thank you.
Wé máa kó ìgìlera. Wé máa kó ìgìlera. Kristi ayé bùsù wà wé máa kó ìgìlera. Wé máa kó ìgìlera.
Thank you very much.
Agbójúlera kó ìgìlera. Agbójúlera kó ìgìlera.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bokun mi lọ bá sàbílù. Obele máa mú gbà lọ obele. Obele máa mú gbà lọ obele. Bokun mi wo bá àbílù. Obele máa mú gbà lọ obele. Bokun mi wo bá àbílù.
Obele máa mú gbà lọ obele.
Bokun mi wo bá àbílù.
Obele máa mú gbà lọ obele.
Bokun mi wo bá àbílù.
Obele máa mú gbà lọ obele.
Bokun mi wo bá àbílù.
Obele máa mú gbà lọ obele.
Bokun mi wo bá àbílù. Obele máa mú gbà lọ obele.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Moving on real quickly now, we will take a 5-minute presentation that gives us a bit of summary around the administration's policy thrusts and economic sustainability. And to take this presentation, speaking on behalf of Engineer Babajide Akeredolu, the DG of Performance and Project Implementation Monitoring Unit, the Governor's Office, let's welcome the Director General, Ondo State Performance. Let's welcome the Chief Administrative Officer of that unit of government, Olumuyiwa Akin Koli. Olumuyiwa, where are you? Thank you very much.
The governor of Ondo State, Arakunrin Oluwarotimi Akeredolu, SANCON, the acting governor, His Excellency Honorable Lucky Orimisan Aidatiwa, kindly permit me to adopt existing protocol here today. I bring you greetings from the Director General of Performance and Project Implementation Monitoring Unit, Mr. Babajide Akeredolu, who is unavailably absent but sends his greetings. And I'm here to deliver his address. It is a great pleasure and utmost humility that I stand before you today as the Director General of the Ondo State Performance and Project Implementation Monitoring Unit, PIMO, on the auspicious occasion of the opening of the Develop Ondo 2.0 Investment Summit. First and foremost, I extend my sincere gratitude, Mr. Governor Arakunrin Oluwarotimi Akeredolu, SANCON, for his consistent support and visionary leadership. Mr. Governor's dedication to driving economic growth and development in Ondo State has been the driving force behind the summit. His passion for transforming our state into a hub of investment opportunities is truly commendable, and long may it continue. I also extend my thanks to the acting governor, His Excellency Honorable Lucky Orimisan Aidatiwa, for his invaluable support in ensuring the success of this event, and to Engineer Razak Obi, Honorable Commissioner for Energy and Mineral Resources, and also Chairman, Local Organizing Committee, for his exceptional leadership in coordinating the summit. Mr. Governor, I'm deeply grateful for the trust you have bestowed upon PIMO by establishing it as a strategic unit in the administration of Ondo State. Your vision of fostering a culture of performance, execution, and accountability in governance has laid a strong foundation for delivering on the redeemed agenda. As a delivery unit, PIMO is committed to ensuring that the goals and objectives of the redeemed agenda are achieved through effective monitoring, collaboration, and the spirit of one administration. We have prioritized collaboration, communication, collection of data, and coordination as key success pillars on this mission. We firmly believe that the marriage of development and investment promotion is essential for sustainable growth of the state. As a strategic unit in the state's administration, PIMO has played a pivotal role in fostering collaboration amongst diverse stakeholders for the successful delivery of various projects, including the Develop Ondo 2.0 Investment Summit. Our actions secured the support of the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, and the European Union. Through these and many more collaborative engagements within and outside the state, PIMO has ensured that critical stakeholders are identified and encouraged to play crucial roles in contributing to the summit's objectives. Today, I am honored to highlight the remarkable achievements of PIMO, particularly in its collaboration with its technical partner, the Delivery Unit of the Republic of Senegal, also known as the Operational Office for Monitoring the Emerging Senegal Plan, through the support of the African Development Bank, AFDB. In 2021, PIMO embarked on a journey to instill the performance-based culture in the state, seeking the expertise of AFDB to establish the unit and develop frameworks for monitoring and implementing critical projects. The efforts of PIMO were further augmented by the gracious hosting of the bus team by esteemed Governor Arakunrin Oluwarotimi Akeredolu, SANCON, following the main work of the Transition Strategy and Implementation Committee. The successful 5-day deep dive workshop organized by PIMO brought together key stakeholders from within the civil service, resulting in the creation of a comprehensive roadmap for executing critical developmental projects in the state. This has served as the foundation for instilling a performance-driven culture within the state. I would also like to highlight some of the significant contributions of PIMO towards the economic prosperity of our beloved state. one of the core statistical projects conducted by PIMO, focused on maintaining Ondo State's position as the #1 state in Nigeria multidimensional poverty index. In this respect, I am pleased to report that Ondo State earned its esteemed ranking as the state with the lowest poverty rate of 27% in Nigeria. This achievement is a testament to the efficacy of the redeemed agenda in fostering socioeconomic prosperity within our communities. On human capital development, PIMO has collaborated with the state civil service through the Civil Service Innovation Challenge platform to unearth ingenious and innovative ideas capable of improving the socioeconomic fortunes of the state. These achievements are a testament to PIMO's dedication and unwavering commitment to delivering a performance-driven administration in Ondo State. The unit's work in Develop Ondo 2.0 is no exception. It is therefore with great honor and gratitude that I continue to express my appreciation to Governor Arakunrin Oluwarotimi Akeredolu SANCON for his steadfast support in establishing PIMO and fostering a culture of excellence in the state's project implementation and monitoring. As we move forward, PIMO remains steadfast in its mandate to ensure the economic prosperity of all, diligently adhering to the principle of one administration. With a spirit of collaboration and continuous dedication to excellence, we are confident in our collective ability to propel Ondo State towards greater heights of growth and development. By providing a platform for all parties to voice their perspectives and ideas, PIMO continues to ensure consensus building and synergy in Ondo State, creating a unified approach towards the execution of our developmental objectives. This collaborative spirit has been integral to driving the summit's success and ensuring that all stakeholders work seamlessly together towards the common goal of promoting Ondo State's investment potential. By fostering a collaborative approach within the state government, donor partners, and other stakeholders, PIMO exemplified the spirit of one administration, harnessing collective efforts for the advancement of Ondo State's economic growth and prosperity. As we embark on this remarkable journey of exploration and collaboration, I assure you that PIMO will continue to work tirelessly to monitor and deliver on the redeemed agenda. Together with your unwavering support and commitment, we shall create an enabling environment that nurtures innovation, attracts investments, and fosters the sustainable development of Ondo State. I extend my best wishes to all partners and stakeholders present here today. Let us seize this opportunity that lie ahead, united in our quest to propel Ondo State to greater heights of prosperity. Thank you all for your presence and unwavering support. Together we shall build a brighter and more prosperous future for the people of Ondo State. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
And now, without much ado again, we would move on straightly to the address of His Excellency Arakunrin Oluwarotimi Akeredolu, SANCON, the Governor of the state. Ably standing in for him is the Acting Governor of Ondo State. Please welcome with me His Excellency Honorable Lucky Orimisan Aye Tatiwa.
Let us be seated. Thank you. Let me, first of all, acknowledge in absentia the Governor of Ondo State, Arakunrin Oluwarotimi Akeredolu, SANCON, whom God has given to us in Ondo State to develop this land and the people. I spoke to him this morning before coming here, and he sent his warm greetings to every one of us. Let me also acknowledge the Speaker, Ondo State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Olamide Oladiji, aka Landmark. Permit me to also recognize the Chief Judge of Ondo State, my Lord Justice Ayednu Odushola. Let me also acknowledge the Deputy Speaker, Ondo State House of Assembly, Prince Abayomi Akinruton, and I will use him as a point of contact to all other honorable members that are here present. Thank you for coming in your large number. The Chief of Staff to Mr. Governor, Chief Olugbengale, I recognize you. The Head of Service, I also recognize you. All other Executive Council members that are here, let me use the Honorable Commissioner for Information and Orientation as a point of contact to all Executive Council members that are here. Honorable Commissioner Bamidele Olateju, aka Bao. She won't tell Basha. The Managing Director, Niger Delta Development Commission, I recognize especially Dr. Samuel Obuku. The EDFA and EDP, I also recognize you. Thank you for coming. In fact, all the NDDC entourage that are here, they came in very, very large number. I recognize all of you. Thank you for coming, showing solidarity with us. Indeed, you have demonstrated that Ondo State is one of the major NDDC states. Thank you for coming. All our other development partners, UNDP, NPURC, Chevron, and every other one that that is on my list, but wherever you are, all our development partners, I welcome you specially for coming. Thank you. Our royal fathers, Kábíyèsí gbogbo yín ni mo kí o, mo ṣèbọ̀rí adé o, adé á pẹ́ lórí o, bàtà á pẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀, ìrùkẹ̀rẹ̀ á di igba, Abodi of Ìkálẹ̀, the Ọ̀màpẹ̀tọ̀ of Mahi, Kábíyèsí, the Ọ̀dọ̀ká of Ọ̀gbàrò. I greet all our Kábíyèsís that are here. All local government council chairmen, I recognize every one of you. Thank you for coming. I could see the chairman of Algon and other chairmen that are here. I recognize all of you. All the permanent secretaries that are here to join us, I recognize every one of you. Chairmen and officers of organized private sectors that are here, all our contractors, you are all recognized. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, if I have by omission missed out your own category of persons, please pardon me. The one thing is sure that God knows that you are here. And He has said you are wonderfully and fearfully made. So wherever you are seated, you are wonderfully and fearfully made. On behalf of the Governor of Ondo State, Arakunrin Oluwarotimi Odunayo Akeredolu, I am deeply honored to stand before you today to welcome you to the Develop Ondo 2.0 Investment Summit, a momentous event that holds the promise of transforming Ondo State into an economic powerhouse and a beacon of development in Nigeria. As we gather here, we embark on a collective journey fueled by the spirit of enterprise and progress to unlock the vast investment potentials that lies within our beautiful Sunshine State. Allow me to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the local organizing committee under the leadership of the Honorable Commissioner for Energy and Mineral Resources, Razak Obe, and all other members of that committee for their unwavering commitment and dedication invested in organizing this summit. I also extend my gratitude to our esteemed international partners, the European Union and the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, for their invaluable support and collaboration, which elevate the magnitude of this event to a global level. We are also proud to have NDDC, an interventionist agency and development partner, Brevity Anderson as our trade advisory consultancy and implementing partner, and Steers Business as our data partner for Develop Ondo, underlining our emphasis on data-driven decision-making and strategic execution. The Develop Ondo 2.0 Investment Summit is a testament to our collective vision and unwavering commitment to fostering economic growth, creating jobs, and improving the lives of the people of Ondo State. It is the culmination of extensive planning and preparations. Its objectives are clear: to showcase Ondo State's investment potential, promote it as a premier investment destination, and foster a conducive business climate that attracts both local and international investors. This year's summit is the second of its kind, building upon the successes of its precursor, Develop Ondo 1.0. It serves as a platform to connect stakeholders from diverse sectors, facilitating constructive dialogue, knowledge sharing, and forging of strategic partnership that will be the catalyst of accelerated development in our Sunshine State. The Develop Ondo 2.0 theme reflects our unwavering commitment to growth and progress, with a number 2.0 symbolizing our drive for continuous improvement and innovation. Our state's investment potential is boundless, spanning various sectors that offer enticing opportunities for growth and prosperity. Agriculture, with its abundant, arable, and favorable climate, presents vast potential for agribusiness ventures, agro-processing, and value addition industries. Ondo State is rich in natural gas and mineral resources, including bitumen, limestone, granite, coal, kaolin, and glass sand, paving the way for investment in mining and solid minerals explorations. Our state is on the cusp of a remarkable industrial revolution, with the manufacturing sector offering immense possibilities for investors seeking to establish processing and value-added industries. The realm of renewable energy points to us a greener and more sustainable future. Ondo State is blessed with renewable energy sources such as solar and biomass, making it an ideal location for investments in renewable energy generation and related infrastructure. In addition, the tourism sector holds enormous promise with our state's captivating landscapes, wildlife reserves, historical sites, and cultural heritage which already attract visitors from far and near. To drive investment in these key sectors, the Develop Ondo 2.0 Investment Summit aims to attract $2 billion in investment to Ondo State and to create 70,000 new jobs and engage with 100 donor partners and 1,500 investors. These targets demonstrate our ambitious vision for a vibrant and thriving economy that uplifts our people and enriches their lives. The response from potential investors thus far has been highly encouraging, with growing interest in exploring the investment opportunities that Ondo State offers. Our previous summit has borne witness to remarkable success stories illustrating the effectiveness of this platform in attracting investments and fostering economic growth in our state and enormous values to our partners and investors. One such success story is in the corridor of agriculture. Several investors have shown keen interest in agricultural projects, leading to the establishment of large-scale farms, agro-processing facilities, and fruitful partnership with local farmers. Notably, the Red Gold Project. It is an agricultural initiative implemented by the Ondo State government, which has gained significant traction. This project focuses on promoting the cultivation and processing of oil palm, another major cash crop in Ondo State. The Red Gold Project stands as a testament to our state's commitment to agricultural reforms and the empowerment of our farmers. In the sphere of energy, Ondo State has made history as the first Nigerian state to develop a comprehensive gas strategy, positioning itself as the gas hub of West Africa. These visionary strategies is aimed at harnessing our abundant gas and energy potential and is poised to attract significant investment, adoption, and related industries. The development of an inland gas corridor with access to large gas reserves presents lucrative opportunities for investors seeking to capitalize on Nigeria's evolving energy landscape. To create an environment conducive to investment, the government of Ondo State has implemented various measures. We have simplified business registration and licensing processes, reducing bureaucratic bottlenecks, and streamlining procedures. Our investment-friendly policy guides investors' interest while offering a predictable business environment. Furthermore, the development of industrial parks and commercial economic zones aims to provide dedicated spaces and incentives for businesses to set up and expand operations. One such exciting endeavor is the Port Ondo project, located in Erona Ogboti, Ilaje local government area. This project will create one of Nigeria's most modern ports, equipped with the largest solid minerals terminal near an industrial city. The Port Ondo has received Federal Government Executive Council approval, and its development is set to revolutionize trade and industrial growth in our state. Our waterway is not left out. From Alakpe in Ilaje local government to Lagos Tinkan Island Port have just been charted and mapped by the state in collaboration with the Nigerian Navy, and has been certified good and safe for economic activities through our water transportation area. So this is awaiting investors for you to invest in that particular sector. The Ondo Industrial City, spread across over 2,700 acres in Erona, Ogboti, Ilaje local government area, which will operate as an industrial city with free trade zone status. This city will host industries involved in manufacturing, processing, storage, and more. With access to abundant natural gas and the establishment of 30 megawatt independent power project, this industrial city aims to serve as a thriving hub for industrial activities. These are but few examples of the investment potential that Ondo State offers. And I'm sure more will be unveiled in the course of your deliberations. Our strategic locations along the Benin or Shagam Lagos Expressway, a critical trade route in modern West Africa, provides unparalleled access to regional markets, amplifying the attractiveness of our state to investors seeking robust supply chain networks. The envisioned Araromi-Lekki road, when completed, will only take us about 45 minutes to get to Lagos. This is also waiting for investors. As we convene here today, I am proud to announce the presence of prominent speakers, panelists, and industry experts who will share their invaluable insights with us. I therefore encourage all attendees to actively engage in the discussions, ask questions, and capitalize on the networking opportunities available. Your active participation will play a pivotal role in promoting collaborations that will drive transformative investments in Ondo State and Nigeria. We remain deeply committed to supporting our local entrepreneurs and small businesses, recognizing them as the backbone of our state economy. The exhibition and dedicated programs at the summit aim to empower and nurture these enterprises, fostering innovation and inclusive growth. I extend my deepest gratitude to all our partners once again, sponsors and participants who have contributed to making this summit a resounding success. Your unwavering support emphasizes your belief in the immense potential of Ondo State. As we embark on this journey together, let us remain steadfast in our commitment to building a sustainable and inclusive economy that leaves no one behind. The decisions and actions we take today will shape the future for generations to come. May the Develop Ondo 2.0 Investment Summit serve as a catalyst for economic transformation, a beacon of hope for progress, a spur to the spirit of the innovation that defines Ondo State and prosperity for our people. On this note, on behalf of the Governor of Ondo State, Arakunrin Oluwarotimi Odunayo Akeredolu, SANCON, I hereby declare Develop Ondo 2.0 Investment Summit open for declaration and unlimited opportunity. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Honorable Lucky Orimison Aye Datiwa, the acting governor of Ondo State. Real quick, we move on swiftly to a vote of thanks, and this vote of thanks will be done by the Honorable Commissioner for Information and Orientation. Please join me to welcome Mrs. Bamidele Ademola Olateju. Can I please welcome the Honorable Commissioner for Information and Orientation for the vote of thanks. Please, one more round of applause for Honorable Commissioner for Information and Orientation. Thank you.
The acting governor of Ondo State, invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor on behalf of the Secretary to the State Government, who couldn't be here because she has a cold, to give the vote of thanks. Once again, you are welcome to Ondo State. We thank you very much for being here. We would like to reiterate that Ondo State is the best place to be for investment. At the end of this 3-day summit, you will find out that the earliest time to have a stake in this state for prosperity, for economic development and growth is now. This investment summit invites you to have a piece of the pie in Ondo State. We want to thank our platinum sponsor, NDDC, for doing a spectacular job, for supporting us. Thank you. We want to thank the NNPC, our silver sponsor, for being very supportive. We want to thank Toyota, JetTor, Multi-Shacks Engineering, Green Energy, as well as the event producer, Brevity Anderson. We want to thank particularly our development partners. Thank you, the European Union, Mr. Alba, and Auntie Fatima. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you for recognizing us, the female member of the Executive Council. Thank you so much. And for everybody who has been here, the Royal Fathers, Eshe Gonio, Ade Akpelori, Bata Akpelese, Irokere Adigba. Adúpẹ́ púpọ̀ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wá, tí ẹ wá bá wa pé, ẹ jọ̀ọ́, ẹ bá wa dá sí o. Ìlú Ondo State á tù wá lára o. Nǹkan pọ̀ tá a máa ṣe, ẹ bá wa dá sí. Ìlú wa yìí, ó máa dirun, ó máa digba o. Port Ondo tí wọ́n fẹ́ dá sílẹ̀ yìí, àwa ní ká jẹ́ ká jẹ mùdùmùdù ẹ̀. Tá bá ti ń pe àwọn èrò pé kán wá bá wa dá sí, ẹ jẹ́ káwa náà dá sí o. Kó má di pa ní àwọn àlejò nìkan ni wọ́n kówó ìlú wa lọ. Ó ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ nìyẹn o, kì í ṣe nǹkan kékeré ni o. Lágbára Ọlọ́run, ìlú Ondo á túbọ̀ gbèrú sí.
Ẹ ṣé púpọ̀. Thank you so much for coming. We look forward to talking to our speakers. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. A true Commissioner for Information and Orientation, Mrs. Bamidele Ademola Olateju. Let's show her one more appreciation with an applause. Thank you. Your Excellencies, Royal Highnesses, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are gradually coming to the end of the opening ceremony. Just one task left. But before I announce that task, please indulge me to make a few quick announcements. First is that once I'm done with this announcement and the activity that will follow the announcement, we'll swiftly move into the plenary session 1. Now, the plenary session 1 will take center stage. After the plenary session 1, we will then rise, take an anthem to close formally this opening part of the event, and we'll proceed to cut, His Excellency, of course, will cut the tape and open the exhibition as well. After that brief tour of the exhibition, lunch will be served. Now, I said earlier that lunch for speakers and VIPs is, as you exit to the right, you would find a door. That place, if you don't have a badge that says speaker or VIP, please, again, kindly do not go that way. Now, the lunch in the dome on the left-hand side this way, I have just been informed, is only for distinguished delegates. Is only for distinguished delegates. So if your badge does not say delegates, kindly do not go in that direction or in this direction. However, if your tag does not say any of the two, we thank you for joining us today, but please ensure you have those two to go either to my right or to my left. That said, the one task that I have to do before the plenary now is a family photo. Can I ask the distinguished ladies and gentlemen on the sofas in front, please come this way for a quick family photo. Photographers, please, I don't want any photographer here. Go to the back, look for a space at the back and shoot. I don't want any. Kabiesis, Obasa, please, sirs, all those on this side as well, on the front on this side, please come this way. NNPC, please, sir, if you can come. You are not. And the sponsoring companies, just the ones the commissioner mentioned, one rep from each of the sponsoring companies that is not here already. That is not here already. Just one rep. Toyota and the others, please, just one. So photographer, where's my future photographer? Can you arrange this? Can we get front and back? Can we do that? Let's get the tall people, in front, the taller ones behind. James Shindi, CEO Brevity. I need you in this picture. Where are you? Dr. Shindi. Okay. Where's Dr. Shindi? So what is the best thing for you to get a good shot? You want 2 lines? You want 2 lines? Your Excellencies and Highnesses, if we can get the tall people in front and the taller ones behind, the tall people in front and the taller ones behind, we will get a good picture. Say that again. Can we do it? Can we? Let's break it. Okay. Okay, from where you are standing, sir, can you Your Highnesses, just don't go and sit down. Let's just take this one real quick. Please take this real quick. I don't want to keep Kabiyesi standing for too long. Take it real quick. Okay. Do you have it? Thank you. Okay, Kabiyesi, you can join now, please. Kabiyesi, you can join. Kabiyesi, please join. NNPC, don't go. You're a sponsor. You're a sponsor. Kabiyesi, please join. Sponsor, stay. You're a sponsor. Please, you gave us money. So once we're done with this, the Kabiyesis can go and take their seats. The Kabiyesis can go and take their seat once we're done with this. We're done. Kabiyesis can sit down. Thank you. Okay, the members of the House of Assembly, can you come and take pictures, please? After that, the state ESCO, and that's it. Remember, we're going over to the plenary immediately. We're done with this. State House of Assembly, please, sirs and ma'ams, honorable members, if you can come into the picture now. If you can flank them to the left and right. Mr. Shindi, you are still there. After the honorable members take their seats, State Commissioner, please go ahead. Honorable members, go ahead. Please join the picture. State executives will then come. Some should go to this way, please. Some should go this way. Okay, there are lots of you here. Oh, okay. How can I? Okay, so let's have the acting governor and the speaker and the sponsors. Every other person can go and sit down while the house members take picture. The acting governor, the speaker, the sponsors, please stay. Every other person can go and sit down. Okay, let's just have the acting governor and the speaker for this next picture. Every other person can please sit down. Only acting governor and speaker. No, honorable members, we're not done with you because your picture is not. We're not taking your picture. You are the reason we're doing this. Honorable members, honorable members, please join the acting governor and speaker. Honorable members, please. So after this one, the State Executive Council, and we're done. Honorable members will go and sit down. We need a space for the honorable members to achieve this. So State Executive Council members, please be on standby. You are coming after the honorable members. The only constant will be the speaker and the acting governor. Every other person can kindly take their seat. Do we have that? Where's my official photographer? Thank you, honorable members. State Executive Council members, please now. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, while we're finishing this picture, so before we get into the plenary session, there is a keynote. There's a keynote that will set the stage for the rest of the conversations. Okay, one last picture I've been told by the Honorable Commissioner. Council Chairman after the State EXCO Council. You want to adjust yourselves? Okay, photographers. Okay, quickly do that, please. Quickly do that. Council Chairman, please. With the Council Chairman, please. Council Chairman. Council Chairman, where are you? Please, real quick. Let's make it quick. Council Chairman. So after the Council Chairman, there is one important stakeholder who we omitted in the first picture, the NCDMB. I would ask Mr. Tunde Adelano to join the acting governor and the speaker after the council chairman. So we are carrying all of our stakeholders along in this journey of developing possibilities. They are building a park here, NCDMB, in Ondo State. One of the industrial parks is here, of course. My photographer, where are you? We're good. NCDMB, real quick. Can we get Mr. Tunde Adelano? Please come. Yes. Can I get Engineer Answer? Engineer Answer. NDDC MD. Sir, the two of you, and the two of you, please join this last picture. Yes. This is like an industry picture now. Where is Engineer Answer? Okay, please. Yeah. Dr. Shindi, are you near me? If you are, can you just come to this last picture real quick? Dr. Shindi. Is Dr. Shindi close to me? Okay. All right. Please don't pass in front of the... Hold on. One more person. Dr. Shindi, come. Come this way. It's a very industry picture now. And that's the last picture. Okay, Dr. Belly, Engineer Belly is here. Go ahead. And that's the last picture. That's true. Commissioner, you're supposed to be here too. It's your... please, real quick. Very true. You're supposed to be here. Please repeat that picture. Put Commissioner there. Repeat that picture. You have it now? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please take your seat. Please, one more time, can we give ourselves a round of applause for our participation so far? Please take your seat. Now, Mr. Tony Elumelu is one of the most revered entrepreneurs on the continent of Africa. For him to take interest to speak at this event is something worth listening to. People like him, wherever they go with their business acumen and the grace of expansion. So please, if we can take our seat, let's listen to Mr. Tony Elumelu at this time. Please take your seat. Networking will happen later. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Please take your seat. We want to listen to Mr. Tony Elumelu at this time. Immediately we're done listening to him, the panel will take center stage. The members of the panel are here. Please take photographers. You can go back to the corners, please. Thank you. Let's have the front free. Thank you, Your Excellency, for staying with us. Let's listen to Mr. Tony Elumelu. Mr. Tony Elumelu is represented at this event by Mr. Muyiwa Akinyemi, Deputy Managing Director of UBA PLC. Can we please put our hands together as we listen to the DMD of UBA PLC on behalf of Mr. Tony Elumelu.
Okay. Good afternoon. Your Excellency, Arakunrin Rotimi Akeredolu, CON, SAN, ably represented by the Acting Governor. May I request the pleasure of permission, sir, to stand on the existing protocols? I'm sure perhaps some of you know, maybe not. I schooled in Akure. I'm an Ondo person as well, so I feel very much at home today. On behalf of Mr. Tony Elumelu, Chairman, Heirs Holding Group and UBA Group PLC, unfortunately, he's out of the country at the moment, but I was very honored to be here today to address this distinguished gathering of visionaries, entrepreneurs, financial experts, our royal fathers, and investors as well, on the topic theme about how subnationals can compete and attract the desired investment for developing its potentials. Let me first of all commend the Executive Governor, His Excellency Rotimi Akeredolu, for this laudable summit. This summit, as you know, presents a pivotal moment in our nation's collective journey towards sustainable development. We cannot overstate the importance of strategic investments in today's interconnected and rapidly changing world, both foreign and local. Our country, and particularly Ondo State, given some of the projects that the acting governor had listed earlier, and the resources that we know we have in Ondo State, and the talented workforce, of one of which I am as well. We have the potential of becoming an economic powerhouse in Africa and in Nigeria as a sunshine state. Realizing this potential requires a collaborative effort. While the federal government will play its own part in creating a conducive environment, the states also possess unique advantages and resources that can attract these investments. The investments we make fuel and propel our economies forward. It stimulates growth, it creates jobs, and it transforms lives. They also foster innovation, encourage entrepreneurship, and drive sustainable development. What we must know is that we need to start, and we need to start from a bold perspective. So I'll be doing a little bit of sharing thoughts that my chairman has put together, that we must seize opportunities presented to us by taking bold steps towards securing our collective future. We must harness the potentials within key sectors. And in doing this, we share the story of UBA with you, which serves as a testament to the power of transformation and how it can inspire our country and Ondo State to realize its true potentials. When we took the helm of a bank in 1997 called Crystal Bank, we rebranded it to Standard Trust Bank. We faced numerous challenges at that point in time. It was not a well-known bank. But we recognized that for us to be able to compete and attract the desired investments, we needed to undergo a significant transformation. We needed to prove our worth and our value. So we started out with 3 key things. 1, have a clear vision. Secondly, we had a bold strategy. And thirdly, we had a strong commitment to excellence in everything that we did. We were a small bank, but we were smart enough to harness modern solutions to serve our customers. The result was that we outperformed our peers and other larger banks, and that emboldened Standard Trust Bank then in 2005 to merge with United Bank for Africa, which was the 3rd largest bank in the country at the point in time. Our next goal then was for us to live by our name as United Bank for Africa to become a Pan-African financial institution. So we began establishing operations in several countries. Today we're in 4 continents, 20 countries in Africa, and we have audacious objectives of doing much more. One of the first things we did was to democratize banking. We opened accounts even at 0 balances for customers. We went to all state capitals to set up branches, which wasn't the norm at that point in time. But we understood the need to be at the forefront of industry trends and innovation. So what did we do? We built a culture of continuous excellence and learning and encouraged our employees to also learn and develop them. We invested in their professional development, empowering them to also see and experience new technologies in our banking industry. We equipped them. But how did we do this? First, we adopted a visionary and strategic approach. When we started, we recognized the need to stay relevant and competitive in our industry. So in driving that, we envisioned that we had a big and bold strategy, a vision that encompasses our directions, actions, and investments. We dare to dream big, and I think Ondo State should dare to dream big at this summit. We set ambitious goals. With this mindset, we were not contented with the status quo. Instead, we sought to redefine the status quo. So if we're going to launch Ondo State to the next level, Ondo State will need to redefine itself and set a big and audacious goal, what we call a BHAG. In like manner, we had a very strong collective vision of where we want to be, and we will also expect that Ondo State will also have, in terms of economic development and citizens' well-being, a big and audacious objective for its citizens. I listened to the acting governor speak about several projects, but it can also be bigger and much impactful. We should look at opportunities on how we can turn Ondo State to become the Houston of US, or to become the Dubai of the Arab Emirates. There are opportunities of doing that. The resources are there. The talents are there. It requires just the will and the strong commitment of the state. This vision that we had at that point in time was compelling to galvanize our people to live and work towards it. As much as a visionary mindset is important, this cannot alone get us to where we want to be. So we painstakingly defined a roadmap, which I believe is part of the things we're doing today, a series of well-thought strategies that will guide us towards achieving our vision. And this allowed us to attract top talent across the industry, people who shared our vision, who were eager to be a part of an organization that was making a positive impact, not only in Nigeria, but across Africa. With their skills and diversity, We enriched our team, fueling innovation and driving success. We believe that every organization, public or private enterprises, requires a winning team. The team must be committed to the vision and to the objective to win together and carry the flames of vision, of this vision that you may have put together, to transform the entire Ondo State and to draw commitments from Ondo State indigents, not only here, but far and wide, to come back home to invest in the state. That vision needs to be bold. That vision needs to galvanize them. That vision needs to be enterprising for them to come to invest in Ondo State. With this visionary outlook and strategic planning, we can unleash the full potential and overcome the current challenges that we see to make a lasting impact. The second thing that we also did was about innovation. At the heart of progress and growth is innovation. I've heard the acting governor speak about innovation and a few speakers about innovation as well. But we as a bank recognized that we needed to have a conscious effort to build a culture of innovation within the bank. We encourage employees to think beyond traditional boundaries. We challenge the norm in every sphere of our banking services to create solutions to challenges that we saw within the industry. We listen to customers' needs, and because we believe that innovation drives economic growth and development. And that is what we should also seek to do at this summit and in Ondo State. We must create an environment that enables innovation and promotes creativity in every aspect of the governance. We must understand that innovation without a sustainable environment is a futile attempt. So the environment must also be conducive to be able to build and nurture the innovative skills of our people in Ondo State. The third point I would also like to speak to would also be about the human capital development. In UBA, we recognize that our assets are people. The dedicated people who work tirelessly every day, every night, 24/7, making sure our customers are well served. So we invested in them to be able to have that desire and that burning approach in delivering excellent service. We invested in not just getting the right team, but also their mindset. We believe that once we get the mind right, we'll get the team right. We encourage open communication. We encourage people to share their ideas. We engage them and made them have a sense of belonging within the organization. And because a sense of being a part of something is a force and a family that will not, a force and a family for us in UBA. For us, we believe that government must recognize that investing in people is investing in their future. Investing in people and prioritizing development and the well-being of our citizens, we must encourage creativity and a growth mindset. As I close, I would like to leave a few points for the state to consider. That first, the state must show commitment to its development, a commitment and a deliberate willingness, which is what we are seeing today in everything that we'll be doing towards this. The state must also rise to the occasion to step in where investors are finding it difficult to be able to navigate the environment. I mean, the environment of the state. We must create more private sector friendly policies to increase wealth generation. I want to charge you as leaders on behalf of my chairman, as policymakers and stakeholders in our society, that we must embrace visionary and strategic approach to unlock our potentials. We must promote inclusivity amongst our people because they are the biggest assets. We have the capability and the capacity in Ondo State to become an economic powerhouse and to attract investors from around the world to make Ondo State that sunshine state that we dream it to be. I thank you very much for this time, and I wish you all the best in the summit. Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, without further delay, let's get into the panel. The panel will now narrow what he has said. He has looked at how sub-national governments can better function to keep investments, right? And compete amongst themselves and internationally. But this time we're bringing it down to a sub-theme on plotting the roadmap to developing possibilities in all oil-bearing states. And to do justice to that is a team of our panelists. Let's welcome, first off, Group Chief Executive Officer of NNPC Limited, Dr. Mele Kolokiari, who is not able to join us here, as I said earlier. Let's welcome the Executive Vice President downstream of the NNPC to this panel, Engineer Adeyemi Adetunji. You're welcome, sir. Joining him on the panel, we'd like to welcome the Commission Chief Executive Officer of NUPRC, Engineer Gbenga Komalafe, represented by Engineer Ebel Nsa, FNSE. You're welcome. Engineer Simbi Kesie Wabote is the Executive Secretary and Chief Executive of Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board. He's not able to join us. Let's welcome the Director Monitoring and Evaluation of the Board, Mr. Tunde Adelano. You're welcome. Engineer Andrew Omomehin, FNSE's General Manager Operations, NNPC Chevron Joint Venture. He's on the panel. Let's welcome our son of the soil. You're welcome. Founder and Chief Executive Officer of ACE Consultants Limited is on the panel. Let's welcome Mr. Chris Mwokolo. So Mwokolo, you're welcome. To drive the conversation for us, I'd like to welcome the Chief Executive Officer of Brevity Anderson, the consultant company that is putting this event together for the state government. Let's welcome Dr. James Shindi. Dr. Shindi, you're welcome. All right. It's all yours, Dr. Shindi.
Thank you very much. I think I'm extremely mindful of time, so I will just crave indulgence, Your Excellency, sir, to stand existing protocols and just go straight into the session. There's a lot being said about development and access to energy and how all that ties in, and it's important that we address those issues in this panel, and that's why this is the first panel for today. I must say also I'm standing in for Rolake, whose flight was cancelled and wasn't able to moderate this session. So we'll just do the best we can within the time frame we have and try and address these issues. Thank you very much. So to start off, what I'll do is I'll allow my speakers to individually address themselves and maybe just give us a 1-minute overview of their thoughts, around energy and development, how that ties in, and then we'll come back and have some questions and answers, and then we'll take it from there. So thank you very much, sir. We'll start with you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. His Excellency, the Governor of Ondo State, Arakunrin Akeredolu, represented here by the Deputy Governor, and all the dignitaries here in the room. On behalf of the Executive Secretary of NCDMB and the person of Engineer Simbi Kesie Wabote, we feel honored on behalf of the board to be invited for this discussion for Ondo, Develop Ondo 2.0. Fortunately, around 2018, I was also here during the 1.0 version of this event. My name's again Akintunde Adelana. I'm also an indigenous of Ondo State from Ose local government. And I'd like to appreciate the governor and the entire executive council of Ondo State government for this great idea. We've seen the outcome and the result that came out of the 1.0 version. And we, as NCDMB, hopefully want to align with the state and want to support the state and want to work with the state to ensure that our dreams and aspirations as a state becomes a reality in the long run. I think this is just the introductory part, so I want to stop here and allow my other colleagues to take over. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my boss is actually from Ondo State. And until yesterday morning, he was billed to be here. So it's as a result of exigencies of the office. He would have loved to outline and catalog major achievements that he's achieved since taking over at the NUPRC. So quick overview of the industry is the PIA 2021. Everything he's done. The NUPRC is a baby of the PIA 2021. The NMDPRA, the authority, is a baby of the PIA 2021. And so he would have loved to outline that himself. Now, the global narrative for oil and gas, we all know that climate change advocacy is getting louder, and we cannot run away from this. However, as a country, there's just transition, and there's need to utilize God-given resources. With such tremendous reserves at about 37 billion barrels, we need to utilize it. Ondo State is strategically positioned to get the best of this, especially in the gas space. And as we go into the session, we'll elaborate more on this. I guess that's it. Oh, my name is Abel Nsa. I'm the Director and Head, National Oil and Gas Excellence Center in Lagos. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my name is Yemi Adetunji, Executive Vice President for Downstream at the NMPC Limited. I'm representing the Group CEO, Malam Mele Kolokari, who is not able to attend, but sends his warm regards to this gathering. And also NMPC is a silver sponsor of this event to show our commitment to Ondo State in particular. Thank you very much. Thank you. So for us, we see Ondo State as, a very strategic state in terms of, the oil and gas and the entire energy industry as well. Today, we know that Ondo State does about 60,000 barrels of oil per day, mainly through investments and activities of our partners like Chevron. Again, don't forget that when you hear Chevron, 60% of Chevron Nigeria Limited is owned by NMPC. So it's our junior partner. We are all partnering in this effort. So for every dollar spent, we do 60 cents of it. We're glad, that, this is taking shape. And I do know that from the Chevron investment, and also I think Cornell is also here as well in Ondo State, we're set on even greater activities and investments and production in terms of oil and gas in Ondo State. Particularly also for NMPC, we have the Ore Depot in Ondo State, which as part of the efforts to modernize our depots and pipelines, there's an investment ongoing. We have a build, operate, and transfer arrangement, which is taking shape, and very soon we're going to resuscitate, that depot. Also, as part of the efforts to ensure that we're able to move products across the country, NMPC has been leveraging the Executive Order 007 in terms of road tax credit. And one of the roads we are taking on in that package is the Akure Itagbolu Iju road. So which are also going to, NMPC is going to work with the Federal Ministry of Works and Housing and then develop that road, put it back in shape. In addition, we have the OSNO biofuel projects. OSNO actually stands for ONDIPA, NMPC, and OBAX. So those three investors have come together, to form a JV, a joint venture, on a cassava to biofuels project. Just to give, a context and the opener for this event, to show that NMPC and its partners are very committed to Ondo State. And we're also very happy to learn, particularly myself, today that Ondo State has an integrated gas master plan. And definitely, I'll be contacting the Commissioner for Energy to see how NMPC can further partner Ondo State in that regard. Thank you very much.
His Excellencies, I'd like to stand on existing protocols. Today, I will be focusing on developing possibilities of the host communities and looking at sustainable development and community content in the oil and gas industry. I am Engineer Andrew Omomei. I work for the NMPC Chevron joint venture as General Manager Operations and run the Escravos operations. The Escravos operations includes activities in Delta State and Ondo State. In the context of oil and gas industries, developing possibilities of the host communities for sustainable development and community content involves working towards social, economic, and environmental sustainability, particularly of the community, state, and nation. During the course of the panel discussions, we'll be delving into the various aspects of sustainable development. But I'd like to summarize by saying that Chevron, through the community-led participatory partnership model for social performance, we have the GMOU, which we pioneered in 2005. And through the GMOU, we provided funds for RDCs to execute hundreds of projects in the communities where we operate in the Niger Delta. And those projects have assisted in improving and enhancing the quality of lives of the community. And we also hope to leverage our experience of the GMOU in our implementation of the PIA, which is the Petroleum Industry Act, and Host Community Development Trust Fund. And I agree with the last speaker that Ondo State has got the people, the partnership, the resources, and of course, we have the government and all it takes to be the Houston of Nigeria and the Dubai of Nigeria. Thank you.
His Excellency, standing on existing protocol, my name is Engineer Chris Wokolo, the CEO and Group MD of the ACE Transoceanic Group. So for me, it's really, if you put what everybody has talked about and all the elements, the factors and forms of production, it's to really get us thinking around. We have the people, we have the resources, we have the policies. What have we been waiting for? So, and here, it's to really get us thinking around the doing, the execution edge, the discipline execution, and to share some insights that we have within our group in some of the projects that we've been working on. I mean, we're strategic business partners to the state of Ondo, and it marvels when you look at all. Ondo is one of the few states where you're from the waters to the hills. I mean, from the liquid to the solid resources. So the question really is, what is holding us back? And I'll be sharing some perspectives from our business experiences and maybe begin to get a lot of the thought leaders into now working with industry towards unbundling some of those things that keep us back. And sometimes you find that we are trying to push against the wall where the door is just by the right. So it's to really see how can we have viable value chains, organic value chains. How can we take everything that we're seeing, all the resources, all the people, how can we attract the funding, the financing? What are the different funding models that may not need to depend on international financing, where you have minerals? How can we work out bilateral agreements that can get us started on the journey? And it's to really begin to get us to see and understand the quantum of investment that is really needed. I mean, if you take the budget of Ondo State, for instance, over the next 5 years, and you compare it to maybe what I need to build a power plant, or what I need to build a gas processing plant, you begin to understand what really needs to happen and how it needs to happen, and the kind of collaboration you need to start thinking of. And then finally, is to then get all of us to start thinking around, am I helping or am I standing in the way? Because sometimes it's really having that vision and having that collective will, right, to push along a path that may outlive us. So the minute to begin to get ourselves out of the way and begin to think about how can we set up legacy projects. We talk about Houston, we talk about London. People sat down and imagined things that would live beyond them. So it's really, first of all, talking about viable and organic value chains, talking about business models from resources to the bank, and then talking about how can we support to make it happen. Because our problem is not the resources, definitely. It's not the smart people. It's really around execution, excellence, discipline. If you can't get international funding, what can you do within what you have, locally and Africa? Thank you.
Thank you all very much. So I've got about 20 minutes left on this plenary. What I want to do is go around again to the panelists, and then I'll allow some time for questions and answers. And then what I'm going to do, Your Excellency, is I'm going to put our speakers on the spot and get them to express what they see as partnerships with the state going forward and what they plan to do in this state, because that's why we're here. And then hopefully next year, in Ondo 3.0, we can then hold them to account and say, you said this, and where are we so far? A lot has been said about access to energy, and in that conversation, you then also have, as you said, also the conversations around climate change and so on and so forth. How do we provide access to energy for our people, but also not compromise the environment? Because both things are not mutually exclusive from your point of view, and then we can go around and go through the questions that we already have. Thank you very much. We'll start from my far left. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think I have to use this opportunity to probably delve a little bit into our activity as the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board. The board came about in the year 2010 on the back of the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Development Content Act. That was an act of parliament enacted and signed into law by the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria on April 22nd, 2010. the idea behind, basically the philosophy, actually came about from the principle of utilizing homegrown resources. I just want to put it that way in my own words. What do we mean by homegrown resources? Local resources, utilizing our own people, utilizing goods manufactured in country, utilizing raw materials derived from this country, and then aside from that, domesticating and domiciling activities in country. For me, that is key to development. And for me, and in every space where you've seen rapid development within a short period, if you look at environments like China, what has happened in China, what has happened in Norway, what happened in Brazil, this is the principle, this is the philosophy that actually galvanized the economy into what they are today. Utilizing the people, the resources, I'm sure many of the speakers here spoke to that. So that idea, that philosophy, and was strengthened, I'll put it that way, through that law. And being that the oil and gas industry is one of the major industries where the bulk of the revenue for the nation comes from. So the idea was to utilize the oil and gas industry again as a springboard to galvanize other sectors of the economy, be it agriculture, be it communication, be it aviation, medical sectors of the economy, and so on and so forth, to galvanize that. And within the short time that the board had been in existence, we've been able to impact on basically our main catchment area, which is the oil-producing communities, which Ondo State happened to be a major player in this area. Because as we have heard, Ondo State produces oil. That's where Chevron operates from. And our own operation is basically local content. And we encourage local participation in the oil and gas industry. As part of our activity, we also provide funding. The funding actually came about from the contribution from the industry as part of the law, Section 104 of the Act, actually permits the deduction of contribution of 1% from the industry through contracts to a fund called the Nigerian Content Development Fund in order to help develop the capacities within the oil and gas industry in Nigeria. Many stakeholders in the oil and gas sector of the economy of Nigeria had benefited immensely from this fund. At the moment, we're 99% almost completed with two parks. We call them oil and gas parks. One in Cross River State, Odukpani, and the other one is in Bayelsa State. And at the moment we're working with Ondo State, we're also working with Ondo State. I can see the deputy governor, the acting governor, already acknowledging that. We're already working with Ondo State. We have acquired sites, which is already being prepared to start the development of those parks. And we can assure you that within the next 24 months, that's usually our target, within the next 24 months, those parks will become operational within the state. Also in the past, we've participated, we've actually carried out some programs. For example, training or remediation training, reclaiming polluted areas for Ondo State indigents. The ICT centers we have created in so many institutions in Ondo State. So those are just form of collaborations. So tying that to your question, access to energy. First, we have to build capacity. to be able to provide, to be able to build those energy sources. At the moment, we have collaboration, we have relationship with so many companies in terms of, for example, we have equity contribution on the Watersmith refinery, a modular refinery. So if you can also encourage the state to participate in that, we are also open to that as NCDMB. I just gave that as an example. In terms of blending of lubricants, in terms of building renewable power generating plants, we are also very much open. And the funding aspect, the NCDF is also open as long as it aligns with the mandates as contained in that particular act. We're willing to work with the government or even private investors from Ondo State to establish such facilities within the state. I want to stop at that. Thank you.
Excellent. Well done. Excellent. Please.
Thank you very much. So in continuation, just like what stated earlier, the real guidance is the Petroleum Industry Act. You'd agree with me, we had about 2 decades developing the PIA 2021. And entrenched in the PIA are robust and very favorable fiscal terms in departing from the Petroleum Act. So the PIA provides such. And the NUPRC is empowered to make regulations. Regulations will provide direction, and direction and stability enables, gives investor confidence with respect to what you're doing. So gray areas within the PIA, we've made about 12 regulations. Some of them are those host community development trust regulations, upstream environmental regulations. We put up a total of 12 of them. You would agree with me that the Niger Delta Basin is getting mature. So things like decommissioning and abandonment, doing this in an environmentally acceptable manner that meets global oil field practices has been deployed by the NUPRC since incorporation. I'll also state, the keyword there is access to energy. Within the coming on stream of the NUPRC, we brought out 49 petroleum prospecting licenses in line with the Petroleum Industry Act 2021. Most of those most of that were attributed to marginal fields. We would not like to, what's giving direction to this is, we would not like to see a repeat of what had happened in the 2023 marginal field bid rounds, where about 17 years later, over 40% of those fields were revoked. So in this case, we'll put in a regulation to give direction to this. One of the things I would like to highlight here is when you look at the challenge, the Escravos-Lagos pipeline passes through here. But also, when we speak of the reserves that we have in Nigeria, one of the challenges that comes to mind is some of these resources are stranded. So an opportunity I'd like to speak out here is the Nigerian Gas Flare Commercialization Program, which was put together by NUPRC, and since the coming on stream of the NUPRC has been resuscitated. It's completely, in about a few weeks, the chief executive spoke about this at some recent summit. It's going to be given out. Now, we stand a chance here because where you have no infrastructure, the main possibility of using, deploying CNG, LNG, mini LNGs works in these cases, where your location to Escravos-Lagos pipeline provides such major opportunity for us. CNG stations within the state will go a long way in leveraging on things like the Nigerian Gas Flare Commercialization Program. The marginal bid rounds that were given out recently, 4 of those fields, Beta, Meta, Oloye, and Ruta, are in Ondo State. And so such infrastructure connectivity to where you're going to have to produce is there. Remember, that is supporting the fact of decarbonization, which, remember, the former president signed us into this during the energy transition meeting at COP26 in Glasgow. So we have stemmed down the tide of flaring. We've also moved on to Nigerian domestic gas delivery obligation, which empowers the gas producers to make gas available, and that automatically incentivizes or provides a provision for you to get gas to the market. So transportation sources which could be challenged as a result of lack of infrastructure, we use virtual pipeline in this case. And so Ondo State stands a good opportunity to get this across. Domestic gas supply obligation, domestic gas delivery obligation provides that opportunity as well. The marginal field bid rounds, which we had provided, makes accessibility, which we've also signed in the regulations, which brings in how this is developed. Not just is NUPRC a regulator, we're also a business enabler. We're guiding lots of these companies. 82 host community development trusts have already applied for approval. 55 of that, as we speak, have been approved. And we're following through to get them. The other remaining ones, we're working with them to go to the CAC for registration. 55 has already gotten approval for that. And we're working through with them to ensure in this support with respect to investments. Several other opportunities, but what I really would like to speak to is the opportunities that gas provides the state to utilize. And I think I should stop there for now. Yes.
Thank you very much. I was going to come to that later, but we're running out of time now, so please, we'll have to run through. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So in terms of access to energy, I think from a perspective, we look at three domains. One is the existing infrastructure we have with the partnership we have with Chevron Nigeria Limited. NNPC has been working with all the partners to look at ways to further improve the reserves and the production of crude oil and gas. So various engagements are ongoing, and we are also tuned now. Thankfully, Mr. President has removed subsidy on PMS, petrol. NNPC now has more access to funds from its internal operations to be able to ensure that we pay our cash calls on time, we increase the volume and quantum of cash calls, and we're able to do more in terms of investments in those various companies, JV companies that we have, including Chevron. So with that, specifically talking about Ondo State, we should see more activities, in that space. That's one dimension. Second dimension I mentioned is the information that Ondo State has an integrated gas master plan. We'll look at that and see how we can help to monetize, that gas resources and the gas master plan that has been done for Ondo State. The third dimension I want to speak about is to look at the frontier basins. The PIA has, enshrined in it that 30% of the profit made from PSCs, production sharing contracts, and such similar arrangements will be put in the Frontier Exploration Fund. That fund is supposed to help look at the new areas where we can look at resources, for oil and gas and petroleum resources. A case in point is that Ondo State is in the Dahomey basins. Currently, we are doing a lot of studies, in that basin to be sure that we can estimate the actual resource that's available there. An analogy of that is the Benue Upper Trough, where Holmani, Rivers 1 and 2 finds are based. Before then, many years back, a lot of studies have been done by various oil and gas players, but they couldn't find oil in commercial quantity. In 2017, NNPC partnered with the Northern Nigeria Development Company to begin another round of campaign to see what can be done in the area. Because from the studies, we know that there should be economic resource in that area. And come 2021, NNPC with its partners we're able to find oil in commercial quantity, about 500, million barrels, in terms of resources in that space. It was what then gave rise, to the, in 2022 November, when the then Mr. President, President Muhammadu Buhari, flagged off the Integrated Coal Mining Development Project, which is a $3 billion project. So you can look at it, 2017, they spent about 4 years, we were able to develop and find resources that can then unleash a $3 billion investment in that area. Gombe State and Bauchi State actually are beneficiaries of that. I would believe that similar thing can be done by focusing also on the Dami Basin, which Ondo State is part of. And the acting governor had mentioned that this investment 2.0 is targeting $2 billion. So again, if you look at it on the scale, $3 billion for 2 states, that's $1.5 billion per state. So it's possible. So I think, that's the third dimension that we see. Essentially, what is important, for us at MPC is that three major criteria for success. One is sponsorship. And we can see that here, Ondo State is very ready, to sponsor all these initiatives. So that's number one. Number two is excellence in execution. So whatever we set our mind to do, we pursue it with all tenacity. And number three is to ensure that, we monitor and we focus and measure and do remedial actions, whatever in those projects. And I'm happy to know that there's a performance and projects implementation units in the state, which again should help put everybody and the investment process on track. And I think with that, we should be good for Ondo State and for Nigeria. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Moderator and fellow panelists, for the question on access to energy, I'm going to be focusing more on power. I believe that the country, and particularly Ondo State, we are blessed with gas resources. This country is a country sitting on gas. Gas is our primary resource in the oil and gas, and then we just have some oil. So we are blessed in this space, and we can convert that gas to power. I have some possibilities and strategies for achieving sustainable development in this space that I'd like to share very quickly because of our time. The first one will be on infrastructure development. It's important that we have infrastructures in place, the right road network, and schools, training, as well as healthcare facilities to be able to attract investors to the state, and of course with stable support of government that we know we have here in Ondo State. There is also a need for social development so that communities are able to support the various projects and opportunities that will come about. Also training and employment opportunities for our people. The training is important. The employment will come when we convert what we have to good use. And I will wrap up on this note as an indigene of the state and also someone from Ondo South. I would like to appeal that the state government working in partnership with corporations, with business communities should endeavor to leverage the opportunity provided by Mr. President regarding power generation and distribution to have its own, power generation company so that we can be self-sustainable here in Ondo State. And also want to appeal that, part of the state has been out of power for many years, most part of Ondo South. So I'd like to appeal to all those concerned, the NDDC for support, government, the contractors, and other bodies involved to help us bring light back to Ondo South, just like our famous singer Demola Susi said, Abawata Enayi Okukwe Yewa. So this, I believe, will go a long way in ensuring sustainable development in Ondo State. We have the gas. There is the EPS line, Escravos to Lagos pipeline. It passes through Ore, and we're able to tap into that gas supply line with the right contracts in place to provide power to Ondo State and our communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, fellow speakers. I think I'm just continuing on the note and addressing the question around environmental sustainability, and then with particular focus on Edo State. The key question is, faced with the realities that we're facing with now, you look at the IGR from Ondo State, look at the allocations from the government, it doesn't go anywhere. What do we do? I'll give an analogy with the famous currency swap, where we couldn't get the old one, we couldn't also get the new one. Nigerians survived. How did they survive? The bulk of Nigerians began to do trade by barter. It's what you have, that valuable asset that you have, that you're going to now exchange for additional value. And that's why, in as much as Ondo State is attracting investors, it has to fortify its position and make sure that people coming in, it's not a case of come in and plunder. It's really a case of come in and collaborate. Bring your value in exchange for the value we have to offer you. So, and in doing that, Ondo State must then focus on its core mandate. And what's that core mandate? Its core mandate are the people, right? And it must run as a business, which I can see all of this shows that the current administration is focused on running the state as a business. But again, it's how can we get to the doing, given where we are now? So how can you create a market that can absorb all of the investments you're trying to bring into the state? What's the average purchasing power of the people in Ondo State? How can you improve that purchasing power? So those are the things that must drive that focus. Otherwise, industries come here, they produce stuff, and nobody wants to buy because nobody can afford it. If you look at the LPG space now, it got to a point where it was about $10,000 plus, 10,000 naira plus for a 12 kg cylinder, and people stopped buying, right? Because they couldn't afford it. And that's what's going on now with the subsidy removal. It's been done, it's a brilliant step in the right direction, but I can't afford it. So I stay at home or I trek. And it then means that the woman who goes to the market to sell her tomatoes expects people to come and buy. She's paid so much money to get it to the market. People are not coming because they can't even afford the transportation. So you have to then begin to couch it in that setting, meaning how can I improve the purchasing power of the people? And how can I reduce the cost of commodities? And it's those kinds of valuable systems. We talk about energy access. Energy access has to be matched with energy affordability. And you begin to get to energy affordability if you can really, really begin to look at the real rudiments of the resource that Ondo State has to tap into. So let's take oil, for instance. People act like oil is a pariah. We had all of that push. Oh, let's move, let's transit from oil. Meanwhile, all we really needed to do is to say, what net zero technologies can we apply? How can we sustainably develop our oil resources such that it has no impact on the environment? That's the only conversation that Nigeria and Ondo State should be having. Because in the short to medium term, that's what gets us to where we need to go. That's the first question. The second question is, what are we doing with our bitumen? How can we identify the top, the best, in terms of bitumen extraction? Ondo State has arguably the second largest, right? But officially, I think about the sixth in terms of bitumen deposits. Who are you talking to, right? So you have a lot of briefcase businesses that come and say, oh, we can do this, and then they end up doing nothing. No access to capital, no credibility in the market. You must, as part of this program, reach out to people who are proven, who have the right capital, the execution discipline, the expertise, and partner with them and offer value for value. And then let's now come into what I call alternative energies. The first ones help you get the industries going, help you get capital in. But you now begin to talk about affordability. And the question of affordability is what all the other speakers have talked about, is gas. If you really go into gas and understand gas the way some of us do, you'd know that Ondo State is sitting on what's called the new gold. That's what we call it. We call gas the new gold. And why do we call it the new gold? If you take a molecule of gas and you process it, wet gas, through a processing plant, you're going to get LPG, you're going to get propane, you're going to get condensates, and you're going to get lean gas. The lean gas helps him fix the supply fuel to the power plants that my co-panelist was talking about. What about the LPG? What's the problem we have with the LPG? That's like 30-40% cheaper than fuel. Why don't we have enough in the country? The bulk of the LPG we produce is exported. So Ondo State needs to begin to look at that, because it's something that can be fixed in the short term, that can provide cheaper alternative for domestic cooking, for even cars, for transportation, and then even become a net supplier of that commodity to other states in the country and West Africa and other places in Africa at large. Those are the kind of things that we focus on, and currently we have several projects in that regard. Or you now talk about propane. So those are green technologies. So let me recap. For oil and bitumen, think about net zero. You're not going to leave what you have, right? And then you now match the net zero with cheaper alternative energy sources that you can get from the gas. And we're ready to partner with you in that. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. My time is up. I wish I could go around again just for 1 minute for each speaker. What partnerships do we have going already with, specifically with Ondo State, and how do we strengthen those partnerships? Just 1 minute each. I beg your crave indulgence, Mr. MC. 1 minute each. Thank you.
Okay, in 1 minute, for us in NCDMB, we are local content promoters. Let me put it that way. That is, we encourage local inputs. We build capacities locally. So the kind of partnership we could have with the state would be around training. We have over 6 million people in Ondo State, and about close to 50% of that are youths. So focus on youths, training on skills that are relevant in key sectors of the Nigerian economy. Infrastructural development with respect to oil and gas, because that's still our area of focus. And we've spoken a lot about gas development, so modular refineries, blending plants for oil and gas, and so on and so forth. Those are some of the areas. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. On a very quick note, what will, for us, would be continue with the host community development trust obligations that the PIA has placed on us, because we need to get these industries to the grassroots. Sometimes you hear the oil and gas sounds too big, but we brought it down to host communities, and the host communities develop them, get rid of flaring, just as we'll take the global energy transition into perspective. But for us, oil and gas is energy security. And just as everybody's reiterated, gas, it's really the way we'll push about it. I'm surprised that nobody really sat here talking about fabrication yards and things like that. We can provide that as a major service sector, which is something Ondo State as a state should also consider. Thank you.
So for NNPC, I think I'd mentioned them in the course of my presentation, but I'll just do a quick recap. One is the NNPC Chevron joint venture, deepen that, expand that, and all the benefits it brings, to the state and the host communities. The second one, I said, I'm going to engage, the state government, starting with the Commissioner for Energy on those issues of investments in the gas space. And as we also go forward on looking at the Dami Basin, there should be more opportunities there, we believe. Again, just to also an analogy, the Kromani one, we're seeing about 75,000 barrels refinery. That's part of the investment. I've mentioned about $3 billion, just give an analogy. The other one is about a 300 megawatts power plant. So those are possibilities that can come to Ondo State. And lastly, I'd mentioned the Osno Cassava Bioforest projects, which again we are going to give more impetus to bring that to reality. Thank you very much.
Yeah, for me at Chevron, we pride ourselves in our vision, which is people, partnership, and performance. So we have been partnering with Ondo State from day one when we started operations in the state. And our partnership is rooted, like I said, in our community development initiatives. We know that without strong partnership, there is no progress. And so we're leveraging the PIA, working with NUPRC to ensure that we deepen our partnership with local communities and the state. We partner with NCDMB for everything that NCDMB does in Ondo State. We also are a junior partner to NNPC, so we work as a JV in providing all the support and resources that we provide to the state and the community. And we're very good corporate citizen of Ondo State. We pay our tax too. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So for us, we offer energy infrastructure financing, direct partnership with Ondo State. It's part of what we do. So we're happy to partner to begin to look at the different opportunities that you have. Some that we're giving particular focus on is some of the upstream assets, oil and gas. We're currently working on at least 2 different FLNG projects. We hold a license within the country. We're developing that. So we're happy to do a direct partnership to develop your gas resources at scale. Then we're also working on 2 different mini LNG projects. What that does is for your stranded assets, which it talked about earlier, and also we are open to customers who want to set up businesses and who are looking for gas supply. We can provide that as well using the virtual concept. And finally, we're working on the expanding LPG distribution in Nigeria towards making that affordable. We're open to discussing a direct partnership with Ondo State, and the goal is to reduce the purchasing price of LPG in the country by improving its availability. Thank you.
Thank you also very much. I had 20 questions from my panelists, and I barely got 3 in. I wish we had more time, but sadly I have to stop here. But I thank all my panelists for very brilliant interventions, and thank you all for being a very good audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shindi. You can just quickly rise for a family photo of your panel. We're going to go on this lunch break. Before we do that, today, interestingly, is the birthday of one of our panelists. So happy birthday, Engineer Adetunji Adeyemi. Happy birthday. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me on the count of 3 to just tell him happy birthday. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday, sir. Thank you for making the time to be with us in spite of it being your birthday today. So thank you very much. Photographers, have you done with that? Let me also make one very important point before we go to lunch. The assembly is still here, the speaker is still here, and the acting governor has been dutifully noting all the recommendations that each speaker has made. So if you are in the room and you are wondering whether you have political will to drive this investment, Ondo is really ready to run. Give them another round of applause. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you so much. So we're going to go and officially open the exhibition. Just His Excellency would go. Dr. Shindi, you'll be leading His Excellency and the dignitaries. Please free the aisle. Once they do that, they will go to lunch. After the next plenary session, we're coming back at 3 p.m. to continue the next and final session for today. After that session, then there will be a proper tour of the exhibition. If you take any picture from this event, please remember to hashtag it on social media, hashtag DevOndo23. All of that said, lunch is served after the exhibition ribbon is cut. Remember, at the dome to my left, only delegates. Only delegates. The room to my right, because of space, is not for... It's not for anybody other than speakers and VIPs. You can wait for your principals when they come out. No other person will be allowed to go into that room except their speaker and VIPs. Every other person who are with their ogas and madams, you can wait for them to come out from the room before you join them because of space. You can proceed to the delegates' end and have lunch. If you're a delegate, lunch that way is for you. Except your badge has this too, please do not proceed to any of those places. We're back at 3 p.m. 3 p.m. Dr. Shindi, can you please lead His Excellency and the others? Okay. Please, Your Excellency, can you give me 1 quick second, Your Excellency? Let's just take the national anthem to formally close this part. Technical, real quick. Can you hit me national anthem real quick, please, to close this part? Technical, real quick. National anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, national anthem. Just the national anthem. Are you ready? Technical hit. God bless Ondo State. God bless the Republic of Nigeria. Please proceed to lunch now. Just the cutting of the ribbon, and the VIPs and the speakers will proceed to their room for lunch. Delegates, you can head on to the dome. Head on to the dome to my left. That's where your lunch is served. Lunch is provided for delegates, speakers, and VIPs. Thank you. We are back at 3 p.m. 3 p.m. to continue with the second and final plenary for today. 3 p.m.
inside the vicinity. So I beg, make everyone just go out again.
Good afternoon and welcome back from lunch. Please, the security team has advised that a second security sweep is about to happen. So kindly just give them a few minutes. If we can evacuate the hall and give them a few minutes, please just give them a few minutes. You'll be back. They will tell you in a few minutes to come back in. And if you can hear me from the foyer, I will announce standing here that you can come back in. Please. Thank you very much. Welcome back from the lunch break. Frank, please come. Okay, thank you, Technical, for the music, and welcome back, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, to the second plenary session and the final one for today. Now, after this particular plenary session, we will be continuing the rest of the day with the exhibition tour, visits with our exhibitors, and after that, there is an evening function. I will announce the criteria for attendance and the venue for the evening function by the end of this plenary session. The plenary one before lunch was dealt with a roadmap for oil-bearing states, a development roadmap, developing possibilities. And each speaker, thanks to them and credit to them, took out time to highlight what the government can do with respective resources that they have. We're talking oil, but they took it a step further and also delved into other resources, mineral resources that the state has, like the bitumens of this world. So this particular session, whatever you want to talk about, exploring or exploiting mineral resources, you will have to do that with a sufficient amount of funds. Financing is critical to the development of any state's business or sector. And so this plenary session too would talk around financing. So we're looking at finance and investment, public-private dialogue for SDG-aligned investments, and shift in developmental financing for subnational states. I think if we continue to look at the states of the Federal Republic as being some subnational sovereigns in their right, then as members of the state and as citizens, we'll begin to also reorientate ourselves as to the need for developing our respective states and our resources. The invention, in my personal opinion, I call it an invention. The invention of cap in hand for FAC to give money has been quite a bane of our development. If we would attempt some sort of system that existed shortly after independence, where a healthy competition ensued amongst sovereign regions pursuing for respective developments in their areas. If an educational development happens in this region, it sprang up in the other one. If an industrial development happened in this region, it sprang up in the other one. It was a healthy kind of competition where the center was receiving. But if the center continues to give and continues to stifle the capabilities and potentials of the states, I'm glad that there is now a shift or a removal of power from the exclusive lists of the federal government, giving states the platform and opportunity to start developing their respective power capacity. That's beautiful. If we can see more of that in the mineral resources as well, if we can see more of that in many other areas. A one-time governor in Rivers State pushed for that to become something that the state controls. I wonder where that is now, if implementation has been total. Anyways, so we're looking at financing for this particular session, and I would quickly just constitute the panel who would drive the conversation and talk to us about where we can find money to develop the possibilities, enormous possibilities that abound in this beautiful sunshine state of Ondo. I mean, speak of the beautiful tourism sites that it has. I can't wait to talk about that tomorrow, later tomorrow at some session, when we talk about the tourism potentials and how we can develop all the possibilities in the tourism subsector of the state. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed lunch, as did I. I've heard a lot about the cuisine in Ondo State. It has not disappointed me one bit. From yesterday when I arrived to today when I had lunch, I have not been disappointed at all. And I'm looking forward to the rest of my stay. The places you go to, you cry when you want to eat, whether local or international. I've not had reason to whine about food. Yesterday I had a sumptuous meal at the hotel, made by a local chef. And today at lunch, is how you express the delight of the kind of meal I had this afternoon. So we're in for a treat the next few days. Welcome back. Let's treat you to some more technical conversation, some more intellectual discourse on how we can get finance and investment for PPP and aligning it with SDGs for Ondo State. Let me begin getting the panel ready. First off, okay. Kunle, I can't see the MD of NDDC in the room. I'm doing all this stalling that I'm doing so that they can all come back into the room. I know he was in the dining area. Can someone please get him for us? Is Kunle within the sound of my voice? Frank, if you would be able to do us the honors. If we can get Dr. Boko back into the room. Once he's back into the room, I think I see Precious. Do I have Mr. Balaji Balogo in the room? If I do have him in the room, can I get a wave from him or someone representing him? Okay. Sam, is MD coming back in anytime soon? He's on this panel. I'm ready to start. Can we? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Most of the global North and South are not aligned in this energy conversation story, a transition rather story. It is pertinent for us to continue to remind ourselves, as one of the panelists said, to use what God has put under our feet and beneath our ears, between our ears, to drive the development that we so desire. Onwards to panel 2 I go. Let me begin by welcoming the National Economist United Nations Development Program for Nigeria. On our panel, let's welcome Miss Precious Akanono. You're welcome to your seat on the podium. Let's put our hands together as Precious takes her seat. Thank you very much. Joining Precious on the panel I'd like to welcome joining Precious on the panel. I would like to welcome again on the stage today the man who is committed to partnering with not just Ondo State, but 8 other states, and by extension Nigeria, to move this possibilities of development further than we have it today. Managing Director, Niger Delta Development Commission, Dr. Samuel Okpoku. You are welcome, sir. Joining them on the panel, I'd like to welcome Director Ondo Development and Investment Promotion Agency, ONDIPA. Welcome, Engineer Femi Akarakiri. You're welcome to your seat on the podium. I hope he's in the room. I remember my colleague earlier today acknowledged his presence. Perhaps he's not back in the room yet, but I'm sure if he is, he will join us once he gets here. Okay, to drive the conversation for us and help our panelists advise on where this money can be found for developing the possibilities of the state is the Special Advisor, Ondo State Performance and Project Implementation Monitoring Unit. Let's welcome Omotola Ariya. Mr. You're welcome. It's as though when you want to applaud our speakers, you start and then you stop like, I don't... Let's be lavish with it. We're not buying it, right? This way, please. Yes. Okay. Is he in the room? He's not. He's outside, but he's around, isn't he? I'll go get him. So you drive the session. It has to be less than an hour right now, so we're going to give you 40 minutes. 40 minutes. So please keep to it. Thank you very much. Okay, Omotola Ariya, the stage is yours. The time starts.
Yeah, well, I mean, we have a very short panel. So, good afternoon, all. Thank you very much for attending Develop Ondo. It is my absolute pleasure to be moderating this panel with my very own colleague, Engineer Femi Arakiri, and Dr. Samuel Ogboku, and also my colleague who we've been working with from the UNDP, Ms. Precious Akanonu. So our topic is finance and investment, public-private dialogue for SDG-aligned investments. Now, the general idea is to ensure that we talk about finance, we talk about financing instruments, and how we can make sure that the finance and the instruments that attend to them come to Ondo State in a way that is sustainable, in line with the SDGs, and of course, a significant anchor of that conversation is our engagement with the private sector. So that's where we then delve into the PPP side of things. And of course, development and matching development with investment. We want to ensure that, you know, in addition to developing the state, investment comes in to ensure that the tax base is larger, and those things are then used, and the revenue from that is then used to provide the best public services that we can provide for the state. So, my first question will be to you, Precious. So, how do you think, for example, especially with respect to aligning the SDGs, how can investors, both public and private, ensure that their investments are in line with sustainable development goals to provide the environmental and social sustainability that the SDGs embody, essentially?
Thank you, Tola, for that question. I'll start off by just a quick preamble on the SDGs, which we may already know. The SDGs is a collection of goals, 17 goals that aims to have to capture our collective ambition for prosperous countries and people and the planet. So the goals, there are 17, they're broken down into the different segments that capture our global interests for social inclusion, for economic growth, and for environmental sustainability. So by the social inclusion, we're looking at SDG goals like SDG 1 on poverty, SDG 3 on good health and well-being. And on the prosperity segment, we're looking at SDGs like the SDGs 8 on the decent work and economic growth, and SDG 9 on industry, innovation, and infrastructure. And it also looks at the environmental angle that brings in goals like the SDG 12 on sustainable consumption and production, as well as SDG 13 on climate action. So it tries to capture the key three interdependent dimensions of sustainable development so that as economy prospers, they do not leave out one behind, that no one is left behind, and the environment is also not left behind. So it's critical that as countries or governments and also the businesses and private sector, it's important to incorporate these elements into the decision making and practices of business. So at the government level, starting with the government, it's important to have the SDGs indicators aligned with the local development priorities, because it helps you provide like a balance in line with the global priorities and regional priorities towards sustainable development. So this is why at UNDP we support states and federal government to produce costed SDG-aligned development plans. That way, development plan is more inclusive and looks into all the critical segments without leaving any component behind. And also, we encourage businesses to align their investment strategies with the SDGs so that it's all-inclusive and looks at even the minor areas or segments that are often neglected, like the environment, gender, and other aspects.
Thank you very much, Ms. Precious. So I think that you've given us a very good foundational point to start from when it comes to aligning investments with SDGs and also linking that to development of economies and the like. So I think, Dr. Samuel, it would be good to get your view from a regional perspective. You know, how does the NDDC essentially implement SDGs as a KPI tool to ensure that the development of the region is as sustainable and friendly as possible?
Well, thank you. I think for us in NDDC as an interventionist agency, it is also proper to align ourselves with the SDG goals. And for us, we believe that the only way to follow it is to ensure that we eradicate nepotism. Because you look at a regional body like NDDC, where you have presence in 9 states with different tribes and ethnic groups. So at every point in time, not everybody from the same tribe will now be the MD or EDP or EDFA. So what we have to do as a government is to ensure that we are fair to all, because the SDG aims at eradicating poverty, inequality. So in order to promote equality, justice, and good health, we have to ensure that we understand the basic fact that for those of us in the Niger Delta, we share a common problem. And what is the common problem we share on the development? We also share common ecological and environmental challenges, which ranges from flood to erosion and other form of major environmental challenges which we face in the Niger Delta. So in tackling these challenges, you must look at it holistically. And tackling it holistically, you cannot say you just want to tackle it in one state and abandon the other states. Because as a region, if there is peace in one state and there is no peace in the other state, it affects the other one too. So I think from our own point of view, the major way of tackling it is to ensure that we are fair to everybody, just to everybody, and ensure that our policies are all encompassing that meet every tribe and ethnic group in our region. That is what we have to promote as a people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Samuel. I think you've touched on a very important point, especially as it relates to regional integration for SDGs and ensuring equity when it comes to allocating development. And of course, as we also saw from Ms. Precious, from the global perspective, the importance of the SDGs as a tool to allow us to monitor global progress towards success. So, Engineer Femi, I would like to switch to bringing in the PPP conversation and the extent to which that dialogue, and as it relates to PPP in the States, for example, allows us to align with the SDG goals. As you are an expert in, for example, the redeemed agenda is generally the state's way of trying to ensure that the SDGs are implemented in this government's administration. But from the PPP angle, what are your thoughts?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. When we look at the 17 SDG goals, we looked at how can we fit them into the things that we want to achieve in the state via the redeem theme. And they more or less fall into 4 different sectors, namely energy, agric, and the food, well-being of our people and their health, as well as sustainable cities. And when we look at these four key sectors, we then focus on what are the items, what are the things that we need to do in each of these, and that forms the basis of our public-private sector activities. So if I start with the one that is very well in the news now, the Port of Ondo project, it more or less cuts across everything. Because from the port side, you're looking at how you're going to ensure that the port is constructed in such a way that the cities that will come around it will have a sustainable future and not have another problem created for the country as we currently have in one of the ports locations in the country. From the port as well, you realize that it's easier for people now to export some of the agricultural produce from Ondo State and from other nearby states to Ondo. Many of those things will get to their destination in good condition because they don't have to pass through a very tortuous delay as a result of going through a port. And of course, the port itself needs energy to run. How are we going to ensure that that energy is not going to create a problem from wherever it's being sourced from or in the entire value chain of that energy that the port requires? And then lastly, there's no way a port will exist without impacting the lifestyle of the people. How do we make sure that the port itself, we enhance the life of our people and not create a problem? So you can see how just a single project that is going to be under a PPP arrangement can impact or can have SDG goals met when it is well thoroughly thought through. And that's just one. Again, you look at another one, we've been talking about the road from Lekki in Lagos to Araromi seaside and to Omotosho. We can take this again, the well-being of our people, opening up our coastal communities and the interland communities to easier access to market or to raw materials. Again, the state cannot do it. We are depending on PPP in order to see that through. And when it's done, the benefits also impact the life of our people. But we have to make sure that in the course of doing it, all these different SDG goals are well targeted, implemented throughout the entire phase of all these projects. And that is exactly why we are looking at people who can support us in the course of doing these projects, but based on internationally acceptable and the defined SDG goals, such that we look back when these projects are completed and we are happy for what we have achieved.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Engineer Femi. So I think everybody has touched on very important points, especially from the global perspective, Dr. Samuel from the regional perspective, and you, Engineer Femi, from the state's perspective. Now, this was a question reserved for Mr. Balungu, but fortunately he can't join us. We now need to consider the financing models that we use. So, Ms. Precious, I would go to you here. So when it comes to blended finance models and different models for ensuring development and the like, what are your thoughts on, for example, which model should be a better placed, for example, for a state, for a region, or globally? What are your thoughts in that area?
Okay, so I'll start with what we do at UNDP. So, looking at the fact that development financing has been shrinking, especially post-COVID. So before the pandemic, to achieve SDGs, it would cost Nigeria $10 billion per year to do that. But we know that after COVID, that number would have increased, given all that the progress on the SDGs have really shrunk. So that led the government, in partnership with UNDP, to come up with the Integrated National Financing Framework called the INFF. So it was led by the former Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, and signed off last year by the President. So this INFF, it's a planning and delivery tool for financing sustainable development at national level. And of course, it cascades to the state level. So it looks at, it provides some initiatives and action plan for deepening revenues or resources at various levels of financing. So we have domestic public finance. We have also domestic private finance sources. We have the international public finance and the international private finance. So the INFF, the Integrated National Financing Framework, it really delves a lot into how to mobilize domestic public revenue, because it's a key lever for financing sustainable development at both national or federal and state level. So we have initiatives there around working on reforming the state authorities, state tax authorities. We have things around developing capacity of revenue mobilization agencies, around developing, like you mentioned, the PPPs,
Yep.
and what is actually required, because it goes in depth on what is actually required and what should be done to improve the different levels of possible sources of financing at the domestic public finance sector. It also has remittances and all the likes. So we also looked at the private sector financing as well, and what are the constraints that affects the ability of the private sector to support in mobilizing revenues for development, whether at you already know the private sector can contribute not just through the production they do, but also, and not just through the taxes, but also they can directly invest in the SDGs and in development, also through partnerships with government, in building critical infrastructure, which is one of the areas that was also one of the action plan proposed in the INFF, such partnerships to also resuscitate idle mineral resources in the states, and the private sector can play a key role in providing such financing. We also looked at the international public finance, where we have the donors that could support, and the IFIs, the international financial institutions. And the good thing about this segment, though the financing through this segment is on a decline, but the good thing is that they not just provide the financing resources, just like the UNDP, but they also provide the technical expertise or support to drive development at whether federal or state level, given the wide array of networks they have and global experience. Like UNDP works in about 170 countries and supports governments and communities to actually eradicate poverty and grow their economies, not just through the financing, but also technical support and experience, shared experience from South-South and triangular cooperation. So that's one model, like from the national perspective, that could work in supporting development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Precious. So that's a perfect point to segue into the regional perspective. So, Ms. Precious, Dr. Samuel, Ms. Precious has now given us an outline of how the private sector, in collaboration with the public sector as well as multilateral partners, can engage development and ensure that development, through financing models, achieves what it's supposed to achieve. Now, from the NDDC's perspective, how does the NDDC itself foster relationships with the private sector as well as multilateral partners to ensure, for example, that those financing models are actually realistic and account for the peculiarities of the region?
Well, I think for the NDDC, first and first, we know that one of the major challenges that the multinational companies face in terms of partnership is the issue of compliance and accountability. But we believe that once you sort out the issue of compliance and accountability, which can be sorted out through corporate governance, we believe that will also boost confidence of the international financial partners. So in NDDC, we have worked out our own aspect of building this confidence by engaging with KPMG to draft our own internal corporate governance structure, which wasn't there before, just to build that confidence. And we're also trying to set up other processes of accountability, like trying to design a new department called the Due Process and Corporate Governance Department, in order to ensure that those who want to partner with us in developing the region will also have that confidence that, yes, their money is going to be accounted for. And we are looking at partnership based on projects that are going to be regional projects, not projects of 1 kilometer road. So we are looking at key projects in the region that will actually affect the lives of the people in the region positively. So first and first, we also need to do the in-house cleansing, which we have done, and we believe that we've won the confidence of a lot of international partners. Just some weeks back, we had our conference in Abuja with donor agencies and development partners in Abuja, where we try to tell our own story. Because sometimes when you don't tell your own story, other people tell your story, they always tell the negative aspect of the story. But we are now telling the world the positive story of NDDC and what NDDC wish to do for the people of the region. And here we're trying to do internal cleansing. And this internal cleansing means we're ready for funding partners, we're ready for development partners to partner with NDDC to develop the region. Because our constituency is the Niger Delta region of 9 states. We have the Aethro Shore Protection, which is a key project which we're also interested in. We have discussed with the state government. We're in discussion with the state government, and the state government, we know, have been in touch with development partners to see how they could collaborate to also complete that project. We are very, very willing to partner. We have other major projects which we're even willing to partner with state governments and foreign agencies. We have also written to Chevron to see how we can partner together to complete the Warri Escravos Road, which we know will affect the lives of the people of the region. So for us to come out to say we are willing for partnership, that is to say we have done our in-house cleansing. And not until you do this in-house cleansing as a government body, sometimes the international organizations, they don't really trust government bodies because of political exposure. But we are ready to be internally regulated, and based on that, we have done our in-house cleansing and ready for people to partner with us. So in doing this, we are setting the example so that even other government agencies should also follow suit, so that in accessing the blend financing, it will be easier for everybody to access such funds. So we are very, very open to access such funds for the sake of the people of the region and for the regional development and regional integration.
Thank you very much, Dr. Samuel. So, the issue of compliance and accountability and the resulting matter of corporate governance, that is a perennial problem in the public and the private sector in Nigeria. So I think let's try and keep to that theme. I like the thread that you've created, where we can consider, okay, corporate governance issues, an issue of compliance and accountability, because without that, you will never be able to pass the due diligence of, for example, a multilateral organization. If you don't have a corporate structure, you don't have a board, you don't have checks and balances, it will be very difficult to access funding. So, Engineer Femi, on that note, you of course mentioned pride and joy from the state's perspective, Port Ondo. But even aside from that, what do you think about the issue of accountability through corporate governance? Are there challenges when it comes to, for example, ensuring that you meet a checklist of due diligence requirements that may be required from the multilateral partners? Do we have any challenges as a state when it comes to that accountability issue?
Yeah, we all know now that the era of state funding projects is more or less gone when it comes to industrialization or things like ports. The first thing is state itself cannot even raise the fund required to do that kind of project. Otherwise, it becomes an elephant project that will take another 50 years to accomplish. So we have to go with the private sector in order to be able to solve the fund. But having said that, we must make sure that we make it easier for the private sector that will be taking that project to be able to get that fund. And we address it in two ways. Thank you for mentioning Port of Ondo. One of the things we did very rightly, and which Mr. Governor also must receive the kudos for, is that the entire feasibility studies, the geometrical and the bathymetrical studies, all the way to the full business case, were done in very transparent manners, in such a way that we called both local and internationally renowned companies to bid for each of those stages. And the evaluations were done in a transparent manner such that people who lost, they understood why they lost, and the people who won, they understood clearly what is expected of them. And that's the reason why within 4 years, we were able to get to a place where some people who had been looking to set up a deep sea port had spent 8 years. We were able to get to a stage within 4 years whereby our approval was now put up to the Federal Executive Council. It was because of that process. So we took a lot of time to make sure that we comply with every requirement that anyone in the world who wants to take up that project, we go through and be able to certify that this is worth my effort. And also, when they go to funding partners and they do the due diligence on the steps that have been carried out so far, they will not find any faults in them. So that is one aspect. The second aspect is also for us to do our own in-house duty, to look at what will funding partners, both multilaterals and investment funding partners, will need to look for in these projects. And we make sure that as we are developing the pipeline for the projects, we are considering every aspect of this. Again, let me take an example of the proposed Lekki to Araromi and Omotosho Highway. When you tell an investor that there are international banks who are already planning to fund the West African Highway and all the way to Lagos, and that this road will be a critical part of that, extending it further down to the eastern part of Nigeria, you are tapping into what the investing partners would like to hear. Because for them, it means that their project is going to be more viable as they go towards the southeastern part of the country. You know, because we're looking at it in the near future. Yes, we are getting to Araromi before we go up north, but Delta State can say, hey, this road is already into Araromi. Ondo State, can you bring it to our border? And then we will take it from there. And then Delta State does its own, Bayelsa State does its own, Rivers carries out further, and before you know it, the proposed coastal road that we've been talking about since 1970 has now gone from Lagos all the way to Cross River, just because Ondo State decided to do a bit of its own side. Those are the kind of things investing partners want to hear. So we do our own due diligence to make sure that we align our goals with what will make it easy for the private sector to be able to go and meet investing partners based on what we have put on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Femi. I would really like to open it to the audience to ask questions. Do we have a roving mic by any chance?
Yes, you have.
Okay, so if I could just get a show of hands, if anybody wants to ask a question to Ms. Precious, Dr. Samuel, or Engineer Femi. Yes, a gentleman over there.
Please, let's keep our questions concise. Thank you very much. Excuse me, sir.
Thank you very much. Apologies, please. I would like to direct my questions to Ms. Precious regarding the funding.
Can you please tell us your name and affiliation?
Apologies. My name is Mayawa Patrick Aloko. I'm from Baker Green Energy in United Kingdom. About funding for the SDG goals, please. You mentioned some institutions that have funded the goals, but I couldn't pick that up, please. Probably you can expatiate more about the agencies or the funding partners that fund projects or that fund the SDG projects for states and probably other government parastatals, please. Thank you.
Moderator, can I take one more question before you answer?
Yes, yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Professor Ruth Gabriel Ajobewe, a member of the Exporters Cluster. I want to ask this question from NDDC. Since NDDC is an intervention agent, I'm asking how can NDDC help to promote the exporters' mobility of Ondo State, especially the non-oil aspect? Thank you. Since that is what the federal government is now promoting.
Okay, I think there's no other question, Mr. Moderator. So, okay, hold on. There is. Where? Can you go that way, please? Thank you. So this after the third one, I'll come back to you and we're good.
My name is Engineer Ondo from NDDC. Mine is not a question, it's just information. I wish to inform the House that NDDC some years ago had carried out the coastal route design from Calabar to Ekpe. And we, in fact, had even awarded some of the roads on this alignment. We have an existing contract from Koko to Ugoye. And we have another from Ugoye to Bo in Ondo State. So if those two are completed, it means it complements that you own all the way to Delta State. You know, and the MD had earlier said that we intend to collaborate with Chevron to execute from Warri or Madino to Escravos. So you can travel from Warri all the way to Ekpe if we collaborate with the Ondo State government, the Delta State government, and the oil companies.
Thank you very much for your...
It's back to you.
Thank you very much, MC. Thank you for your very great questions. So we are just over 9 minutes. So I will hand over to you, Ms. Precious, for your question.
Thank you, Tola. So on that question of funding for SDGs, so to be clear, it's not about the institutions providing the funds to finance SDG, but it's more of the support to government to address the constraints that limits it from deepening its resource mobilization, because the onus is on the government itself, the state government or the federal government, to raise these revenues or resources needed to pursue its development. So where institutions like the UNDP come in is provide some technical support that often comes alongside with some level of financial support to be able to address some key constraints that could help. Like for instance, in Ondo, we're working with Ondipa. We just began working with Ondipa around some investment promotion initiatives, but it's also more on the technical aspect to address the constraint that could increase their potential to raise or leverage more revenues from different sectors. And also on tax generation to work with the ODRS to raise, to improve the tax system, leveraging on technology to be able to get more revenues through taxes and also avoid leakages. So these are the kind of support that such institutions can provide. And like within the UN, there are several institutions that individually target on the different segments and provide this technical support that often sometimes come with some level of financial support to help the states or the national level government to expand this potential to raise more revenues. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Samuel, please.
Okay, I think she talked about supporting exporters or non-oil aspects. Well, the truth is that the only area we can support in non-oil aspect is basically in agriculture, because we have our own agricultural blueprint for the Niger Delta. And for us, we are first of all putting together the Niger Delta Chamber of Commerce in order to ensure that we warehouse our entrepreneurs. Because entrepreneurs, one thing you must understand about NDDC over the years, and especially government funding for agriculture, people always assume that funds that come from government for agricultural support is free, and people don't normally utilize it. You hear of CBN agricultural loan, you hear of different agricultural loan. If all these loans have been given, I believe we shouldn't be having food problem in Nigeria. But in order to ensure that these funds are secured and they get to the right people and it is not politicized, we are looking at coming up with the Niger Delta Chamber of Commerce. So Niger Delta Chamber of Commerce is not owned by NDDC, but we're also partnering with the owners of the Niger Delta Chamber of Commerce. So this Niger Delta Chamber of Commerce is going to be the body that we're going to interface with to support entrepreneurs in the region, not only in agriculture, in other form of entrepreneurship. We talk about software development and others too. So the Niger Delta Chamber of Commerce is going to share risk with us. So in the area of agriculture, for those who want to export, we're going to partner with you through the Niger Delta Chamber of Commerce. But now the whole idea is that the Niger Delta Chamber of Commerce, you must be part of that Chamber of Commerce, because they will be the ones to nominate, to populate the list for those who want to support. The whole idea is, so long as you're part of the Chamber of Commerce, you are definitely going to live by their dictates. So for those who default, those people, we're also going to hold the Chamber of Commerce responsible because they bring them to us. So most of these persons, we don't necessarily need to look at telling them to pay us back, but we also expect some responsibilities from them too. Possibly, depends on the level of support we're giving to you, we expect you to employ certain number of persons, maybe within a period of a year or two. So that is the way we also want to support those people who are involved in areas of the non-oil aspect. So basically agriculture, because the president has also declared state of emergency on agriculture to ensure food security in Nigeria. So we are not going into manufacturing at the moment for those who want to manufacture and export, but at least basically in the area of agriculture, we are willing to support those who are into export in agriculture.
Okay, so I think just since we've lost a lot of time in the past, we will end it there. I would like to very much thank the panelists for their contributions. We've learned a lot about the SDGs from a tripartite perspective, the global perspective, the regional perspective, and the state's perspective. You will hear a lot more about the sustainability of the SDGs and, the calls for on climate change, for example. The Honorable SA on environment will be speaking at some point later. We also learned about donor funds and multilateral partnerships and the best ways in which to engage those, again, from the global, regional, and state perspective. Thank you all very much for your participation, and above all, thank you very much to the panelists for your time and your answers and also insights into these key areas. Thank you very much.
Omosala, just hold on 1 second. You still have 2 minutes, 37 seconds on your... You're such a fantastic moderator, by the way.
I was saving time for you.
I would give you an award, don't worry. I will make sure you do that. But there's a lady here who I want you to take a question. Can you ask a question in 30 seconds? And please, if you're answering, still answer within your time. I trust you. You are able.
Good afternoon. I'm Princess Arishi Folashade, Board Chairman Agency for the Welfare of Persons with Disability. My question is on inclusive. Ondo State is inclusive to persons with disability. I don't know if NDTC, because according to the law in national, that 5% of persons with disability must be included into any program. Do you have 5% or 1%? I want to hear something about that. Thank you.
So it's a straight question to MD, NDDC. If MD can just go. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I think we have actually complied with that because even last time that some contract staffs were employed, the percentage for the people living with disability was also met. Even at our staff level, we have people living with disability that are permanent staff. Like we can confirm, there is a lawyer who is also blind. She's a master's degree holder. She's working with us. So we have people living with disability working with NDDC. And we're also having programs for people living with disability, like their chairman has been in touch with me. They are planning for a program which we're also funding and supporting. That program, I think the date is going to be any time from now. So we are working with them closely. That is why you've never seen them coming to block our gate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Omotola Ariyo. You deserve an award. Let me think of which award I would give you. What a moderator you are. Time management, spot on. Questioning, spot on. Thank you so much. Can we please give them a round of applause? Please rise for a family photo as we close your session. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, the award I will give you, I've remembered. I was asked by some event organizers to nominate moderators. I will nominate you. Anyways, thank you so, so much. Family photo and you're done. We're done with our plenary sessions for today. Tomorrow would continue at 9 a.m. Please be seated at 8:30 for a 9 a.m. start. However, this evening we have a dinner just at the dome outside here to the left. Admittance is strictly by delegate, VIP, and speaker badge. Delegate, VIP, and speaker badge. If you're interested about developing Ondo, tomorrow is a must attend for every one of us. The sessions tomorrow will be exciting, engaging, and quite revealing. You don't want to miss anyone. See you this evening if you have delegate, VIP, or speaker at 6:30, the dome just outside there. And then tomorrow morning at 8:30 for us to start at 9 a.m. Thank you very much. My name is Richmond Osuji. Enjoy the rest of the evening.